o'clock, and we'll call to order the special meeting of the Board of Trustees. First item on our agenda is consent agenda. Without objection, it will stand approved. Next is discussion on plans for reopening schools. Dr. James.
Yes, sir. I've talked to various members of the board and know there's been a lot of discussion about how we will open and what we'll do, and based on the criteria that we can get from the state department, and you heard from the governor yesterday. We put together a plan that we hope meets the board's expectations. Some information that we would tell you to look at is right now South Carolina is in
Maybe that light past here so we can see better. That is y'all do
right now, South Carolina, most of the counties in South Carolina is under a high incident rate for COVID in the county. Of course, Lexington County is in that dark blue and has been for a long period of time. But this is about a week old, July, 2 days old, July 14th. So we're a little higher incident rate than I think it's 11 of the different counties. You can see in the lighter blue, but moderately high is the best that it is in any of those counties on this map from DA. We've gotten lots of different information. We included a packet of information for you all about how to reopen schools. There are guidelines from the CDC, there are guidelines from DA. South Carolina Department of Education has an accelerated ed package of information that we give. The American Academy of Pediatrics gives us some information about whether or not children ought to be back to school. The President Health Children's Hospital in the Midlands, those pediatricians wrote a letter asking that we end up starting school back in a face-to-face situation, bring it back, and then as all the board knows, yesterday, the governor asked the schools to come back in a brick and mortar face-to-face situation, doing what we can for social distancing, and giving a suggested start date of September, which gives us a little bit more time to continue to tweak our plan, and gives us a little bit more time to see what the direction of the virus is, or if it begins to. We put all that information in your package just to give you an idea of what we've gone through, because if you look at that, you can find one piece of information that says don't come back, and one piece of information that says do come back. So we're trying to take into consideration that all of those agencies there are authorities on public health. We're school people, and so we're relying on them to give us some information, but sometimes it's a little bit contradictory. We've gathered feedback, we've sent surveys out to families, to employees, we talked to principals, we talked to school improvement councils, parent teacher cabinets. We read as much report, guidance, and research as we can. We've given you 3/4 of the inch of paper, and we probably read 10 times as much, trying to stay abreast of how this actually works. The biggest findings that we've come up with is the fact that there is a need for an option for families that are not comfortable with face-to-face instruction, a virtual program that is completely virtual. We have folks who, for whatever reason, maybe the child has some sort of illness that would cause them to be high risk, maybe a parent, maybe a grandparent, whatever it is. We put out a survey and we shared that at the last face-to-face board meeting, and we think that's about 30% of our students. There's also an option, if you listen to what the families on the survey said, they're looking for a return to school, and kind of they said normal, but it would be an adjusted normal at best to bring them back. But we've definitely got those two groups out there that we serve that they either want their children back in school in a face-to-face setting with enhanced safety and health measures, or they want the child in a virtual, not face-to-face, but to give them models, there's a limit to what we can do. You can have a traditional in-person 5 day a week, just like we started last year. That's an option. You can have a full-time virtual like we ended this school year. You can have a hybrid like a lot of the school districts across the nation are doing, where you have kids 2 days in person, 3 days virtual. Or you can have a combination where some students are full-time in person and some students are full-time virtual. But at the end of the day, those 4 choices are the only choices we have for having school in the fall. What we're proposing is in line with what the governor suggested yesterday, and in line with what we have been asked about and shown as a preference in our surveys of parents. A full-time virtual academy where 25 to 30% is what we think of our students would be enrolled virtual. As the virus starts to diminish and things come back, then they can be incorporated back into the face-to-face instruction. And then an in-person instruction that operates 5 days a week, as the governor suggested yesterday. We would also suggest using that September 8th day as the start time, because that gives us more opportunity to watch the progression or hopefully the decline of this virus, and it gives us more and more opportunity to continue to break down all the different pieces that go along with making school happen. Transportation, lunches, breakfasts, time, supervision, all those different pieces. But these are the 2 things that we want to talk to the board about tonight and want to leave here with the decision about starting at September 8th and having a full-time virtual academy that is a program, and then a full-time in-person instructional program that meets the criteria that we've been given. Some considerations. We need consideration that there's flexibility to changing COVID conditions. We hope that it's going to get better and that we would migrate more back into a face-to-face full school like we all know school to be. But should it get worse, we would look at, do we need more children in virtual programs? Do we need more teachers moving into virtual programs? We've done some things already. We have a virtual teacher training program that I don't know if anybody else is doing. Our teachers are getting 21 hours of virtual PD, and they're doing that now. The board approved that at our last board meeting, and so they're going to be better prepared for instruction in the virtual program than they ever have before. And I'll clarify to you, in my opinion, I can't speak for the state of South Carolina, but I can speak for Lexington, and I want to tell you that our people did a yoga job last year. We were in school one day, we were closed the next day. We missed Monday, and on Tuesday, our people were up and teaching in a virtual platform that was designed for 1 or 2 bad weather days, and they supported kids for the entire last quarter of the school. And I think they did an outstanding job. One of the things that we've got to prepare more for that we've learned is social and emotional support for children. That was not in place anywhere as much as it appeared to be needed. We have to do a better job of communication between schools and parents. We need protocols in place for COVID cases. We talked to our district nurses. The cabinet met Monday with the district nurses, Julie Barfield, and some of the folks she had there. They're working on some programs. On July 8th, DHEC put out some guidelines, protocol, and separation in larger spaces for kids and temperature checks and that sort of thing. And so basically what we decided for our COVID protocol, what would you do if a child had a high fever or if a child tested positive? We're following the protocol set forth in the July the 8th memo guidelines from DHEC and what our district nurses tell us is good health care. Course selections, that's going to be an issue because obviously from a virtual standpoint, we can't offer the array that we do in a regular set. In addition to that, we won't be able to offer some of the things in a brick and mortar face-to-face setting that we have in the past. Because some courses, you know, we've got places that had 10 in it at the high school. We can't socially distance and offer some of those smaller courses. And then, of course, child care has been an issue that we've heard from parents and from other folks that's an issue for parents getting childcare for elementary kids, getting childcare for our we've been working with Danny Sanford over at Steel Oaks about the possibility of a childcare facility for our people. Survey was sent out last week about what teachers are interested. We had good interest in it. License, that will be something that we'll offer our people in conjunction with Steel Oaks, and we're real proud that Danny offered us that opportunity. Our virtual academy model will be separate staff. From the guidelines we've got from the Department of Education, we can't have teachers that are teaching a regular face-to-face class and virtual. So it'll be an entirely separate staff. We're going to ask that they teach from their classroom. That way we get an accountability piece in there. We get the materials that they need there. We have David and his folks on staff if we need to have a technology issue. So we will, even those teachers who teach in a virtual setting, we'll ask them to isolate themselves in their classroom and teach. Obviously, the virtual classroom will be larger class sizes than the non-virtual. We'll probably run about 30 kids in a virtual classroom, and hopefully we're going to be in 12 to 15 range for the social distancing. Teachers very well may have kids from multiple schools. For instance, if you had 5 third graders from Saluda River and 6 from Riverbank and 2 from Casey, you may have a Saluda River teacher teaching all 14 or 15 of those children. But they will be teaching standards-based instruction, and there will be connections to their home school. And so having children come from multiple schools, we're going to teach third graders or fourth graders or English 1, rather than looking at the virtual academy as it's a Saluda River, or it's a Fulmer, or it's a any particular school virtual. We can't afford to pull enough teachers out of each school to teach just the children that attend that particular school. Our virtual academy, we're hoping for 25%. We think that's our magic number to be able to maximize social distancing in face-to-face classes. 30 would make it better, and what the virtual academy does is help with transportation, because we're going to have to run 2 bus routes. The direction that we have right now from the State Department is there'll be 1 child per seat unless they come from the same household, and then there'll be 2. Buses will load from the back to the front. Right now, we're running 2 children on every seat, and some buses we're running 3. So we know from the very outset that we're going to have to run at least 2 bus routes for elementary, middle, and high. Some elementary we may have just 3. Virtual learning will be full day. It will be broken up in different stages, but it will be full day. Instruction again will be from the teacher's class. We'll provide internet access and equipment. David's made arrangements to get hotspots and Wi-Fi for children who do not have internet access. He's made arrangements that we need a wider bandwidth at our schools to buy that commercial. So we're looking at that, but it's important to remember that 25% number is our bare minimum for transportation and social distancing in our classes. In our elementary grades, it'll be a much more structured schedule than it was in the past. We took the program and at the end of the year that was designed for 2, maybe 3 bad weather days and turned it into the ending of school. We'll be more structured. We'll have daily and weekly goals, and we'll have deadlines. There'll be regular virtual interactions by the teacher and the child. There'll be interactions and support guides with parents, personal technology, advice during the school day, and social and emotional support services. The guidance counselors will be more involved with students virtually than they were in the past. That's one of the things that we're going to have to do, because we're finding out more and more children have social and emotional issues following the close of school. In middle grades, a lot of the same kind of things, structured schedule. There will be some independent kinds of work, daily and weekly goals, deadlines. It won't be you get an assignment on Monday the second week in September, you turn it in April. It's good. We'll expect parent guidance and support, work groups in the virtual classes where they can work together as groups of kids. That's a little more advanced than we asked for the elementary. Some extra help individually from the teacher and with groups, and then again, social and emotional support through guidance and behavior intervention. High school structured schedule, independent scheduling, independent learning, daily, weekly goals. Parents have got to be part of it. Collaborative work in virtual classes, extracurricular activities is going to be one of those things that we don't have. We aren't sure what that's going to look like for the fall. And then, of course, guidance counselors have to be thoroughly engaged with those children because some of them, no doubt, will be seniors and start looking at colleges and scholarships and careers and that sort of thing. So that's going to be vitally important at the high school level that they do an outstanding job of keeping up with kids and communicating with kids on a daily basis. Some other considerations, we're asking for a seat time waiver. That's minutes per class per day. That will not waive the 180-day requirement that the compensatory attendance law has. There's got to be connections to the homeschool. Get one out. There have to be some connections with the homeschool. There. We have to have connections to the homeschool. We have to have the ability to rejoin the high school or the homeschool and move from the homeschool back into the virtual academy program, from the virtual academy program into the school. There's got to be lots of communication between families and teachers. Accountability, that's a huge piece right now that we make sure that attendance, the attendance will still count just like it always does. So kids being present virtually is going to be just as important as those kids who are present in the face-to-face setting. And of course, special education, that takes on a whole nother meaning in the fact that an IEP is a legally binding federal document. So we have to make those accommodations for those children, even those that are in virtual setting. Our in-person model, we're looking at class offering. Obviously, it will be smaller class sizes because you have to maintain the social distance. For that, there will be new processes and procedures for schools. And that will look different in different schools because we will have different numbers of children in different schools. According to the number of children who select first. Theoretically, you could have any number that choose that. So, start and end times and seat times will have to be adjusted to accommodate bus routes. Requiring masks for staff. There's differences of opinion about whether or not students should be required to wear masks. You have some groups of pediatricians that are saying that students are not as likely to pass along the disease. You've got other folks saying they wish students would wear. I think the more people that are wearing them, probably the safer most people will be. Meal service is going to be different. It won't be like going into the cafeteria as we know it in the past. You walk through the line and you're there with your friend and you're talking back and forth and you're saying, I'll take this and I don't want to add that kind of thing. It will be more of a in a classroom, in a confined space, in a box kind of thing. And food services will spend a good amount of time trying to pull that off. Adequate personal protection equipment and cleaning and sanitizing is going to be a key to help keep our folks safe and healthy. At the elementary grades, we're suggesting that the in-person portion be self-contained. Their classroom, their teacher, those children that are in that class, they stay in that classroom. The special area pushes in rather than everybody gets up and runs off to PE or art or music or whatever. The PE or music person will come to those children. Breakfast and lunch will either be in the classroom or for some of our schools that have the larger cafeterias and they can move groups of children and keep don't have everybody in the school out on the playground at the same time. So those are some differences that you'll see in the elementary to meet the social distancing requirements. In the middle grade, there's going to be daily intervention to address skills gap. We'll focus on core classes, ELA, math, science, and social studies. They will meet as a self-contained class. Kids come in there, they stay in there, teachers rotate the class. That way we have a little movement throughout the building as possible. Alternating schedule for related arts and fine arts, and that starts to minimize the movement in the building. And then we'll split the lunches with part of the kids on grade level being outside while the others are having lunch. And we'll do that in the cafeteria as much as is safe, but it may not be. It may be that we have to have them in classrooms or we'll talk about the high schools, and it may have to be in a lobby area, but separating those kids where we aren't exposing them to large numbers of people in close proximity. High schools, there'll be a later start time and a release time because of transportation. We're limited by the state in how many buses that we have. We have been running bus routes with 3 children on buses. When we go into this next year, we're going to load from the back of the bus. We've been told we have 1 child per seat, unless they're out the same household, then they'll have 2 children per seat. So that's going to change our bus routes tremendously in the amount of time. That means 2 to 3 bus routes for some schools. We have a good number of children who ride those. Daily intervention in high school to address skills gaps, that's important. Breakfast and lunches, high school kids aren't any more immune than the elementary or middle school. So it's going to be classroom lunches, and we're going to have multiple lunches out there. So the high school are going to have to run 3 lunches in order to make this work because you've got so many kids in high school. Got to be social distancing in the classroom and throughout the building, and we are not going to utilize blocks. The common ground and the virtual and the in-person model, what makes them alike? All students are going to have the same grading structure. We aren't changing. All schools are in-person time. All classes are going to use the same materials, text, instructional tools, learning materials, and that's another piece that's important about teachers being in there. They have access to this material. All students will get appropriate support and services, and all students will get support from their school counselor. Those things are vital. Health and safety, transportation, that's one of our major issues. Right now, we've been working with Tony, and we've actually done some dry runs of transportation routes without children there, and we'll continue to do that. If the board approves a delayed start, we'll continue to work on this until we have it down on note. And as we have more children sign up for virtual, we'll know more and more what the numbers of children needing transportation will look like. So maybe that'll be lesser. But right now, what we're doing is, if at all possible, encourage transportation to come from home. But our buses will do twice a day cleaning and sanitizing of the buses. We'll have staggered start times for elementary due to the fact that we have to run at least double route. Our first group in elementary would come in at 7:15, and our second group at 7:30. Then those buses would all run middle and high school routes. Middle school would come in at 8:20, and the high school would be in at 9 o'clock. And right now, we feel comfortable with those start times. It's a little bit earlier at the elementary group A, and it's later at the middle of the night. And that's simply working around the 50% capacity on the school buses. We'll do our best to follow CDC and DHEC state guidance. We'll have temperature checks for high-risk students. We've been told that having it for every child coming in the door is not necessary, not necessarily effective, but that we need to do that for high-risk kids. We have bought digital thermometers that are no touch that will go in multiple units in schools. Our nurses are working on a larger makeshift health room so we can isolate should we have a child or a teacher that we think has the symptoms for COVID. So that gives us a little bit of protocol there. We want to require masks for all staff and would ask both to support all students. We know that there are probably some students, small ones, that won't be able to, but as much as possible and as many people as possible, as we can keep the mask, we feel like that can't hurt. Frequently wiping down commonly used items, equipment, and services, that's going to require more of our custodial staff, and we're going to have to increase the protocols throughout the day that our custodians do. It's going to be a constant movement kind of thing to clean in order to keep our stuff what we need to do. Limited exposure. Again, we talk about staggered lunches. High school, again, I've been principal in 3 different high schools. I don't know how we can do anything less than 3 lunches for schools and keep social distance. A later arrival, departure, and stagger that at the elementary school. Schedule restroom and water breaks, and we talked to you all last time about the fact that we put in water bottle fill machines that are no touch, so kids won't be going to the water fountain and drinking out of the same fountain like we normally do. Adults move, not kids. We won't have visitors or volunteers in the school. We won't send kids on out of school field trips, and we won't send our staff on travel. That basically is where we are in line with what we know from the governor's announcement yesterday, from what we have from the State Department, what we have from all those other sources. We'll be glad to try to answer any questions that you have, but our recommendation would be that the board would allow us to delay start until September the 8th, with the tentative plan that we will have a virtual program and a face-to-face program, and that fluid situation, meaning that if the virus would take a change one way or the other, that we would adjust our plan to match the needs of the community. Questions?
We're going to copy of this.
We can, yes, ma'am. I've already said it. It's already in there.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions.
Okay. No, ma'am, go right ahead.
Okay, our elementary teachers have, in elementary, kindergarten, first, second, you have aides. What if those classes aren't 12? Will we release those aides in those classrooms?
What I'd like to do, Ms. California, is to utilize as many adults as we can to maximize spreading kids out. So if we have classrooms where you have more children come, a lot of it's going to be, if we find out what this virtual program looks like, we'll know what kids are in what classroom. But the reality of it is, if we have a lot of kids in 3rd grade and we have a 3rd grade aide, it may be that we can let that aide take a group of children and work with them, the teacher move over there or something like that. So we would like to keep all of our people working, and we would like to maximize the use of them as far as minimizing numbers. I'm sure maybe it's my new name.
Yeah, we need to make sure we keep Michael to the burden, all the way here.
Okay, that answers the question, and that's good, because I know this concern. Okay, you've got, interventionists, you've got music teachers, you've got art teachers, you're traveling from room to room to room. They go in room A, and if there's a child in there or a teacher that's, has been exposing, is diagnosed. That one teacher moves to another classroom, to another classroom, to another classroom, and they've already been exposed to this. What happens to those other classrooms that they matriculate through the day? Will they be quarantined as well?
Certainly that's a possibility, and we had Julie Barfield and 2 other nurses in Monday to talk with them about what should be our protocol, and hopefully in theory, those children who have any sort of symptom, or teachers that had any sort of symptom or any sort of fever whatsoever, we we catch that on the front end and minimize the exposure to them. So if we had that situation, we'd stop people coming in there at that point. And what we also know is that the kids who would have to be quarantined, or the people who would have to be quarantined, would be those folks who had been in close contact less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes with some sort of conversation going on. So our protocol would be to start working back. Who building was sick, I'm sitting next to him, but you won't. So who is within the social distancing parameter, kind of working the diagram sort of way backwards. So the reality is we could have to quarantine that person, but not necessary.
What happens to those children and teachers, employees, when they are in quarantine to keep up?
All right, those teachers, what we have been told by the labor folks in this COVID structure that anchors the teachers who are quarantined would not teach in quarantine time. Students, what we would do is we would continue to prepare information for them like we do a child that's sick in a face-to-face world. Now, if they're sick and they can't do their work, certainly we wouldn't expect them to do that. But we continue to do their work, and if they were sick and had to make it up later, we would do it on the back end. Just like if we had a kid that got some kind of sickness during a regular school year and they were out for a week or whatever, we would give them an opportunity to make that work up.
Will we have substitutes for teachers in this classroom?
We hope to do. Now, the problem's going to be this, that, as you know, we hire substitutes from outside agents. Substitutes are not district enrolled. Most districts are competing for the same posts in the list. All the 10 or 12 Midlands districts are competing for the same substitute. We'll have some substitutes, I suspect, that do not want to come to a brick and mortar face-to-face school because they don't want to run the risk of being around other people. You will have some substitutes that will. So we're in the same situation, Ms. Couple, that we always are. We will do everything humanly possible to put a qualified sub in the classroom if we have to have one.
I have that question to you, say the visitors and the new coming in.
And we'll treat our substitutes like we do regular folks. We'll try to work around the fact that they have to have the same kind of health considerations as our employees. But if we get to the point where we don't have them, it very well may be that we have to use those folks that you were talking about, some of those interventionists, some of those coaches, some of those teacher assistants, all those people. We're going times where the norm is none. And so it's all hands on deck to teach children. That's what we do. And so if we need a substitute, you may be a substitute.
What would we do for physical education, music, and those classes?
Those things are going to be much different because what we're hearing is that there's some instruments you shouldn't play. And I have to risk the Dr. Cook's laughing at me. I'm thinking about brass instruments and woodwinds, and he's surprised I don't know what I'm talking about that. And the fact that causes that overplay. And then our course classes, the fact that you put kids together in your sleep, that's not an appropriate thing to do. So those teachers are going to have to come up with different scenarios as to what we can do. School is going to look tremendously different.
Have we tapped any resources to help those teachers?
Well, that's part of what we're doing right now. We've got the fact that 3 days through giving some virtual training in that, and then we have looked at the fact that there's some coursework out there, some online. You've got SC Virtual. There's some other platforms that Dr. Brooks looked at that already have lessons put together that have been shown to be successful for those kind of courses that our teachers don't have to reinvent with. So that's what we're working on. What can we do in those classrooms that still keeps people
getting back to finance in the summer, because many of our teachers have been attending webinars and then have to do a project for those webinars, and there's 9 of them. And you talk about funding, because they're going to be paid for 80 days. That money comes all from.
Well, you've got 5 days that are leave days. That's paid for by state South Carolina, state Board of Education, and that's their care, that money that goes to the state. So that's K-80. That was directed from the state department, will be a pass through. They'll send it to Marty sends it to the ticket. So that won't have anything to do with us. The 21 hours that we're doing, those 3 days are coming from us, and we'll pull that out of money that we have here, either our CARES Act money or the money that we talked about in the budget process to do. So when you
Find where that was coming from, so
yes.
yeah.
We can help you with that, but those 3 days are Lexington 2 days. The other teachers in the middle may or may not get days like that, but what we want to make sure is if we were going to go to the virtual setting, that everybody was as prepared as possible to do what they need to do. But the 5 days that you talk about, that was just pass through money that comes from the state.
Last week, teachers got notification that they were starting on August the 3rd, which shocked me when I was called and contacted about that. Can that be clarified with all teachers?
Well, it will be, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to back into the days that we're going to require. If the board, basically what we're asking for, our first recommendation is that we ask for a change in the calendar by the board, and that will allow us to have our start date as September the 8th rather than August the 17th. And they did get a letter, and they got a letter that remotely I have to work on because we don't have the authority as superintendent and cabinet to change the calendar that the board voted on. And our start date was the 17th. And quite honestly, if we had not had the suggestion to start in September the 8th, and other school districts following that, and then our board would be receptive to changing it. I didn't want our teachers to come up and be 3 days beforehand and not know that you've got 5 leap days in there for K-8. Those kids have to come in, then we've got 5 days of in-service day, and those 10 days can't overlap. So instead of the 17th, you're backing up 10 days. So it's a better scenario, in my opinion, for them to get a letter last week saying, all right, here's when the leave days will start, here's when the in-service days will start, and here's when school will start based on the current approved calendar. And then let's come back tonight and make a recommendation to the board that the board alter the calendar and let's send something else back then to have them get to way over in July and they've got a trip planned or they've got something else and all of a sudden we're saying, you got 5 days, it's mandated, you got to come back to work.
I would just call Barbara, try to end it, and I got that message before the message that we're going to have a meeting this week. When we start on September the 8th, will that start with the weekdays then?
No, ma'am.
They have to be prior to September?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm not in favor of that. If we're going to start September, why do we not start September the 8th with the weekdays?
If we start September the 8th, and this is rough, so we haven't counted day by day, but what I believe is, based on just quick figuring and looking and not taking the calendar completely apart, if we start September the 8th, the last day of school will be June 21st. We put 5 leap days in there after that, that would put us starting the 15th of September, which would move us to 5 days later, you're over the last week of June.
We have cohort days, and there are a lot of people that think that those are waste of time.
They're welcome to that opinion, but what they don't understand is they think that is the fact that the state of South Carolina says we have 10 days for teachers at 190 days. And that out of that 190 days, you've got the 10 days are divided into 5 work days and 5 in-service days. And so whether or not we have individuals that think that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's the thing that they're paid for, and it's a requirement from the state of South Carolina.
Just to be very honest, I've been on campus and about 35 people walking, getting their exercises to the meeting in a cohort. They're supposed to be, but that's a sidewalk.
It's a school level administration.
Okay, you got forced to do. If, I know this is an extraordinary year, you do not think that they would be able to budge on those, so that those days could be used to make up this week?
Yeah, but I don't know, we're on the very front end of this, and it seems like it's changing every day. We're gonna ask for all the waivers we can, as a matter of fact. We got a waiver in, the Midlands superintendents met last week, we all agreed that we would put in a waiver, request for a waiver for each time. As a group, it's in, Dixon says that he's heard that that's gonna be approved, so we're gonna ask for as much latitude as we can, but honestly, in good faith, I don't know that I can recommend to the board, because if we do the 5 leave days starting September the 8th, and then after the 5 leave days, we've got the 5 in-service days, which means we're actually starting school 10 days late.
Could the in-service days be virtual days made up on the, before September the 8th?
They could be, the purpose that we went ahead to do this virtual training and add the 3 days is so that we could spend time with teachers in building for them to get down on the actual procedures that are particular to their building. Because what we know is you've got some elementary schools that are very small, and we've got some that have 1,200 kids in it. And so what you can do at Slow River, you may not necessarily be able to do a riverfront, or you've got middle schools of varying size, the high schools, airport have 30 more kids in it than we see it. So those teachers are going to have to be able to figure out what the exact procedure is in their school, and that's going to take some time. I don't think that the principals are going to be able to just throw out an email or a sheet and not give those teachers the satisfaction of feeling like they're comfortable with the procedures, and that'd be part of it.
Could there be a compromise? 3 of those days be virtual, 2 of them be in the school?
We can do whatever the wish of the board is. My only fear is I don't want teachers to come to their building and not feel like they know what to do. That's a big, I'm more concerned about them knowing what to do and keeping themselves and their children isolated than I am about their instructional program at this point. We can make up the instructional program, but if we get started on a bad foot with teachers not feeling like they're secure in safety procedures, precautions, they'll worry all year long, and I don't like them.
I just think that the recommendation is not to start on September the 8th, that should be September the 8th as a start date for whatever goes on in that school, including.
Well, my understanding is, and I don't know, I could be absolutely wrong, and there's no requirement, as my understanding, to start September the 8th. But what I think I heard the governor say is that he was just suggesting September the 8th as a date for kids to come back.
That's always suggested, they don't think they might be on your back on this.
Well, you're mentioning the leap days, but my understanding is the leap days, those are not full classrooms. That's just like the kids at home.
Correct.
It's not, and for them to come back to get the room ready and get their procedure done, it's just them and their teachers. So there's no people in the building. I don't know what's the risk there.
We're saying, can you hear me?
I come in and say that these fields, like emails and text and everything else, that's part of it. I would Christina was like, I think Christina's like,
Christina had a question, I think.
and then I would, whatever, we get to them.
You hear us, Christina?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, I know we were just talking about the start dates, and I do like the September 8th start date. But I did want to clarify, I know we're talking about, so what does that mean for teachers as far as the date they come back? If we were starting school on August 17th and we were going to have the teachers report back August 3rd, if we have a September 8th start date with 7th being a holiday, would that mean they report back on the August 24th?
Basically, McGregor, what we would do is back up from, if the board approved changing the calendar to September the 8th, we would back up the days for in-service and back up the days for leave based on the start date of September the 8th.
Which would be August 24th.
August 24th, correct.
The 24th would be K-8, and then the 31st would be in service for all teachers.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask about, if we're moving the start date to September 8th, what is the new deadline for Virtual Academy to have applications turned in? And what is the date that people have to make their final decision on if they're going to choose Virtual Academy over in person?
We have not changed the date as of yet. Now, we can extend that if the board changes the start date, but right now we have not changed that. And we're running about 1,400 applications.
Okay. So if the September 8th date is approved tonight, then we would get out the new deadline date for applications, because I would think it could be extended, although I do know at some point we're going to have to put a date on it for people to make their final decision so that we can staff it and, be ready to go September 8th. So, okay.
We have to talk about it, but I'm thinking possibly the August 7th, because we're going to need time to figure out the courses and all those things that are involved.
And we have to, there'll be a selection of teachers that teach that and setting up classrooms. It will be like starting another school. If you look right now, we're at about 1,400 kids is what Jim checked before we came in here tonight. Right now, the virtual program is the biggest school in Lexington, and that will increase. So, there could be 100 teachers or more in this program. So it'll be selection of teachers and setting up classes and that sort of thing. So there's got to be some lead time built in there. Probably not later than that August stuff that Dick was talking about.
Okay, so there will be two dates though, one for a deadline for applying and another date to make your final decision on if you're choosing Virtual Academy, because some people I would think might, apply for it and then in a week or two decide that they would rather choose the in-person. So is there going to be two dates or?
No, because we can't, there's no way that we can do that. We're basing our bus routes, we're basing our classroom physical social distancing on the numbers that we get from virtual school. So if you apply for virtual school, our assumption is you want virtual.
Okay, so if you apply, then you
want
a decision.
You want virtual school.
Okay. Okay.
We need to change the date for the application.
We had not thought about that in all honesty, because we're building a brand new school. We just aren't building the brick and mortar.
If we have a student who's virtual and the virus rate goes down, can they come back to school?
We've talked about that we would like for that to not be in the middle of a break. You know, if you sign up for virtual, then you need to come back at the semester. Right. But not, it's Tuesday, and I think I'll come back.
And then if a student is exposed in a classroom or a staff member, is that whole class can be quarantined?
Not to my understanding, in talking to the nurses and reading the information that we've been given, there'll be like an investigation as to who is close and who was there and what was going on. I mean, there's a whole process that you would have to go through. And the school nurse is going to be vital in helping determine who goes home, who suggests they quarantine, and what.
And then you said there'd be like two different staff. There'd be a staff for virtual.
Correct.
And a staff for face-to-face.
Correct.
Can we look at some of our at-risk teachers?
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you, Mr. Key, unless the board tells me differently. I told Angela this is our criteria for selection. We're going to take the applications for the students that we have, and we're going to build a schedule. How many third graders we got, how many fourth graders, how many English ones. And then Angela has already sent out information for people who are interested in teaching work. So if we have a third grade class, we need somebody who is a third grade teacher. If you and me and Ms. Kessler are all third grade teachers and we all apply and we need one, then the person who goes in that will be the person who got the greatest risk. You've got a respiratory problem or an immune problem, or maybe you're on chemo, or you've got something going on, and Ms. Kessler and I are having, Ms. Kessler and I teach in the classroom, you're the virtual teacher. And that's the only fair way I know to do it. It will be controversial.
That's good.
But I think we've got to look out for those people who have the greatest risk. So that's what teacher do we need? I mean, I was a biology teacher. You need third grade, or you don't need a 10th grade biology. So what teacher do we need, and then who has the greatest at risk? And if all things are the same, then it'd be just who wants to do it.
And then I noticed one thing down there earlier, you said we'll take temperatures of high risk students.
Right.
What do we consider a high risk student?
Well, our nurses are defining that. I don't try to be much, but we're viewing them. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is very lucky to have Julie Walker. She's led those nurses in a good fashion and given us good information about thermometers and separating folks out and all those kinds of things. And so we're turning them loose with those July the 8th DEC guidelines, and we're following what those nurses say.
Dr. Bill, I have a question or two.
You don't hear me. I can't.
You have me turned up?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Summers. They may have to relay the message, but.
Okay, sorry. I'm just thinking, given the COVID climate, I don't know, when y'all are looking at models, what are your scenarios and what have you, not knowing what the climate's going to be, the COVID climate will be a month from now. What is forward? We were talking about our start date being the 8th. Did you look if we had to do it, if all students had to go into virtual learning academy for some period, to prolong or to extend out that time until we had a better handle on the condition regarding the COVID situation?
Yes, we have kept our virtual, 100% virtual plan intact. That was part of the reason that we wanted those 3 days from the board to give the teachers some virtual training, to help them start to get prepared. So if in August this thing gets worse, I'm assuming we'll have a board meeting the third Thursday of August. We're prepared to say, yeah, we can teach virtually and do that. We still have our hybrid plan that we gave the board at the last meeting intact. We we haven't thrown anything away from it. We're trying to put within the parameters that we've been, and we think we have. But we would change. If it got worse, we would suggest to the board that we change.
Okay, and then y'all may have I may have missed that in conversation earlier, but when I reviewed just prior to the meeting, I didn't see, I know that was something that had been discussed, but I didn't see that in the bullet points. And I'm glad to hear this. And also talking about the 21 hours, and I know we got some very bright teachers. I just want to make sure that's enough time for them to grasp what needs to be understood as far as, you know, the training program. I'll make sure that 21 hours is, you know, is enough to get them grounded as well as they can be.
Well, I think they've done a good job, and our curriculum instruction department's done a good job of putting those programs together, and I think our teachers have worked hard on that. So if we go all virtual, I think our people have learned a lot from the way we ended the year, and I think they've learned a lot from this time of working on those 3 days of instruction. And, you know, and I'll tell you, very honestly, I think our people did a good job.
Sure.
They did an outstanding job.
They're to be commended. One other question, when I have to go back in my notes, but the considerations for special education.
Yes.
That was in the notes, yeah.
Well, special education, we have to serve those students according to their IEP, whether it's virtual, whether it's face-to-face. Those things have to take place. So regardless of what we have to do, special education is based off of child IEP, and whatever that says, we have to carry those things out. So we'll do whatever is necessary to make that happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, first, and Chairman Ben, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown sent me a text that I was supposed to forward to you, and you know how good I am with that, but we'll get it started. But she wanted to let everybody know that she was on planned vacation, and that she was sorry that she could not be here tonight, and that she appreciates all the messages and has read them all from our students, teachers, and parents that we have gotten over the last week. I just have a couple questions. I'm glad to hear that it's a fluid situation, and we are looking at possibly going several different ways, and with the September 8th start date. So we are looking, if I'm correct, at September 24th, bringing our teachers back. August 24th. Okay. All right. Now, going virtual, of the 1,400 applications we have.
Ms. Lee?
Yes.
24th is K-8 for leave days.
Right.
And then 31st is
Exactly.
service for
Yes. Okay. The 1,400 applications that we have. Can you tell me how that's divided up? If it's more elementary, more middle?
Not at this point. I mean, right now we're just getting them in. Jim gets that, and he's breaking that down, but.
Do you have no clue, or do you have a clue?
12 at 634 elementary applications, 423 middle school applications, 355 high school applications, and I've gotten 50 more since then that I have processed.
Okay.
I have it broken down by grade levels and schools and everything.
Okay. And I believe Dr. Jones, you said 25 to 30% is the magic number that you're looking for virtual, which will take our classrooms down to face-to-face classrooms down to 12 to 15. Is that what you said? Okay. Well, then, to just kind of clear for me, Dr. James and Dr. Brooks, I know Ms. Brown, you answered an email from her today about the classes. I think there were 100 classes at Airport High School and 60 classes at BC. Right now they have 25 or more. When you say 25 or more, can you explain, is that 26 or is that 40? Or do we know? And if we don't reach our number, what are we gonna do about those numbers?
Okay. So in the email that I sent you today, there's several files. And airport's 116, and at airport, at Brooklyn Casey, there were 60. There's a file on there that shows the individual classes that are 25 or more.
There's a certain amount on.
And so, you can look and see, it ranges. A lot of the classes are at 25. There's some PE classes, for example, that are 35, but most of them are between 25 and 30, I would say. But all that information is there. I also put in an email that it's sort of, this time of year, it's a little bit misleading from the standpoint that our high school or counselors haven't all come back yet. And so one of the first things they do when they come back are to make sure the schedules are correct and then to begin balancing classes. So
So you feel like, and I haven't read all of it, I glanced at it, and of course, just reading it, 160 is warms me, at high school. So my question is, after all is plugging and gone, and we know, do y'all feel pretty confident that these classes are gonna be 12 to 15, not only in our high schools, but in our middle schools and our elementary schools?
not all classes will be that small. I think the large majority of them probably will based off the numbers that we're getting, but not all of them. Because in a high school in particular, it depends on what courses they're taking. And so if you look, a lot of our honors level classes are the ones that are a little bit thicker. And so I don't know that how many of those students will be.
And the reality is the high schools are gonna have to adjust their schedules to match needs. I mean, we got high school.
And my question is, and I understand all that, but I'm like, do we have guidelines that we have, are they saying you have to
Basically, our guidelines are gonna be, we want to work with a schedule, school by school, schedule by schedule. So right now, if you look at that information in distance and out, we got one math class at one high school that's got 6 kids. Well, we don't need math class for 6 kids anymore. We need to do is reduce the size in a math class that's required rather than a class that is an elective. So to get those numbers, our course offerings are gonna have to become more narrow if we don't have the numbers of kids going to work and say, you can't have 20 kids in an algebra 2 class and those be bunched up together and then 6 kids in an elective math class. So the schedules are gonna be more narrow. The schedules are gonna have to be looked at multiple times between now and September the 8th. But the number of kids going into a virtual setting is gonna be the only determining factor for how many kids are in the brick and mortar setting.
And I understand that. But my question is, we feel comfortable that, like you said, if you have to move around, that y'all are not gonna have a pact, then we're gonna be able to social distancing. Protection of our children and for protection of our teachers is what.
Sure, absolutely.
That's what my
We're
question
gonna do
is.
the
So
absolute.
y'all feel comfortable that y'all are gonna be able to do that?
We're gonna do the best that we can across all our solutions.
Okay. Then, bus routes. What time are we picking those children up there?
Children will be picked up at the same time they all know.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about somebody has to be at bus at 6 o'clock.
They won't be out there, actually gonna be a little late, but
Correct.
we said it's like 15 minutes. Well, they only the Shealy to set up bus route where they don't start any earlier than that, which is why we got the delay in the moment time.
And the virtual, when you say classrooms, those are actual, those teachers will be in actual
In their
classrooms
class,
at our building.
at their building, in their class.
And the virtual academy students, they will be able to set up appointments and come in and talk if they need to.
They need to get.
Okay. Masks. Are the masks, we're gonna have enough masks for everybody that comes in?
We've ordered, the state of South Carolina has ordered masks for every teacher, every bus driver, every cafeteria. In addition to that, we have provided every teacher 2 masks, and we've ordered a sheet, face shield for every teacher.
So, do we have enough to where they can be exchanged out and like, or
They've
they
got enough
disposable
for them to
masks?
wash it.
Well, I know you can wash these, but I mean,
Right.
the other ones,
Wash them safe on you.
you can wash.
They would have enough.
Okay. What about kids?
We have not bought masks for children.
Are we going to?
We would ask the parents to do that. I don't, we look today and you to provide washable masks for our kids, you're talking spring expense. I don't know if we can do that.
Well, I mean, but is that something we could think about? What if they can't do? I can't buy.
Do whatever.
I mean, you got, I mean, we have to provide them if we're gonna ask them to wear them. We feed them, we educate them, and then we provide clothing for them. Sure, the parents, well, I'm just saying if they don't, we should be able to, it's a different state. If they don't, are we gonna have some disposable ones in their rooms that they?
We'll have some disposable masks at the schools, and Marty's already at the front schools to go ahead and make arrangements for that, but to tell you that we're gonna be able to give every kid a mask for everything, we don't have that in our budget.
But we do for
We've
staff.
already bought it for the state,
Okay.
and the state of South Carolina bought 3, 5,
2 or 3, I mean, they are
they bought bus
actually,
drivers, cafeteria workers, and teachers.
they're being delivered to, the K-8 schools beginning next week, because we were planning for the August 3rd date, so we are delivering masks and a lot of other PPE next week. The shields are not off in yet, but they will be going out to the schools as well. We looked at child masks, it would be very, very expensive. And we also talked about the different sizes, because you always have to measure and get sizes for every individual child. And Mr. Pittman and I were talking today, we've gotten a lot of inquiries from churches and other community programs this year. Maybe instead of school supplies, we asked them to help the students out with masks instead. So, I mean, that might be a good idea if you pass that out in the community, that if they want to do supply drives, masks might be a good thing that they can help out our community with. So our kids can wear masks if they want.
We would encourage that.
We should encourage it. And I know a lot of the phone calls that I got, and I had several grandparents call me too. You know, we're very in favor of going back face to face, but also said, I have no problem with my child wearing a mask. So that's where the question came from. If we require it and we don't have it, are we gonna have some disposable?
We'll have some disposable, but I can tell you in all honesty that we can afford every child every day. But I think there are a lot of options out there, and Marty and Jim were talking about those churches that have called and want to do. There's some resources out there. And I do think that I'm not a pediatrician, so I don't know what goes on with children and viruses and whether masks help or not, but I know they don't hurt. So if we have everybody wearing them, it doesn't hurt.
But we know that also that we're going to have some disposable masks on every bus, because we think that's the point of contact where we may have the largest issue is when the child comes out and doesn't have it. We're
Absolutely.
more concerned about the bus really than we are.
Right, but we can't send a child back to the house and it may not even be back there just because they don't have a mask. There's got to be some degree of reason that's involved in that. So I take it as a bus driver, give them a paper mask and bring them on to school, but we would hope that the parents could provide them with something that's washable.
So we just are gonna kind of continue, and when is the back to school meeting? Is it August, instead of 6? Is that
So
right?
we had it on the sixth, but I don't know if we'll put on the sheet back while we need that. All the meetings, which is, third Thursday, that's before the teacher leaves will come back.
So y'all will kind of just keep us up to date as the.
Right now, this is the best plan that we have based on all the information that we have. And, you know, we've got some good plans. We've asked for, an extension in turning our plan into the state Department of Education code. We're looking for the board. I mean, this is a tremendous undertaking. There's not one person in the entire United States that has ever gone through this before. So we want to hear everybody's opinion, and it would be a good idea that we can get before we put it down to the State Department. But given the information that we heard from the press conference yesterday, from what we heard from the State Department, from what we heard from our parents, everybody was talking, this is the best plan that we have, and with the idea that it's closed. If things get worse, we still have our full virtual plan. We still have our high. And, we will expect kids, some of them won't come back virtually, and we think that's the right thing for them to do.
Can you include that on your bid case? Just so it's in print somewhere. On your presentation.
Yeah, we'll add that to.
One thing, we don't have an option to go just all virtually as the state.
As the same, you're right.
The governor would have to change his word. And if we start, we gotta start for 5 days. Part of it's got to be 5 days.
That's right.
We don't have an option to say, well, it gets to that, then we'll just go all virtual. If we can start 5 days, it will be, well, we got a delay for 2 weeks, and then we'll graduate left.
That's how I understand what was said yesterday. What I'm trying to get across is if it changed, then we were told that we were going to close and go back virtual like we did. I think our folks are well prepared. If there has to be some other, we've got a good hybrid plan. But right now, as I understand, we don't have an option that doesn't include a 5-day face-to-face program.
Was that program for the virtual training, was it optional or did every teacher have to participate?
No, we asked every teacher to participate, because we paid them at their regular daily rate.
Did everyone participate? So will everyone be equally ready?
I don't know, I can't tell you the patients will come in, and that's the determining factor about who participated and who didn't, but if they didn't, we'd like to know why. So
We also require that of administrators to do that as well. And we've also had teachers that are taking additional sessions. We are monitoring.
And the teachers then will not be necessarily working with their own students from last year. They may be working with.
they may be working with kids that are at the end of their class. The whole idea was to link this assessment and working with getting ready to come back.
It would be nice if they could go to the teacher that they had, so that you wouldn't have to spend 1 or 2 days doing an assessment part, and they could start right out on day 1, getting them up to par, if they had their own students, of course, you do that.
One of the things that the plan for elementary and middle school for the leap days is we're going to have as few kids as we can on Monday, because that will be the first day back for a lot of our teachers. So the plan is to get them in and talk to them about how we're going to run the rest of the week and get them some time to actually work in their rooms a little bit too. We're obviously not going to expect their rooms to be ready like they do on the first day of class, but we know teachers are proud of their room and they want to look at least presentable when we do. The plan right now in elementary through 8th grade is to basically, we're using our bus routes that were developed with the hybrid schedule, where we have half of our kids come in. And so half of the kids will come in on Tuesday and Wednesday, the other half will come Thursday and Friday, because we're trying to keep those groups small ones. And during that time, on the first day in particular, we'll be working to to build culture, to introduce them back to school, teach them what it's going to look like and all those kind of things. We don't want to do a lot of assessments with our kids during those 2 days back because we don't want to them, especially in an elementary setting, to come back and welcome to school, you're going to sit down and take a test today. But we are, yes, they did. We at least shared what the tentative plan is. Yes, we have. And so that's the game plan for that. We also talk about elementary for those kids that we are very concerned about what level they're working on. We will use that second day to do some individual testing of those students. But all of our teachers will also be involved. So in the middle schools, a lot of what we have done when we've brought in sixth graders for orientation, for example, during the summer, we're actually going to spread out and do more of those activities. We'll do some social emotional learning, those kind of things as well. So that's the game plan for leap days.
I didn't know that was mentioned.
I can't remember. We met with middle schools Monday, and then the elementary plan went out Monday. We met Thursday of last week, but we did not send it out until Monday. But elementary schools and middle schools have sent out a consistent message because we didn't want you to get phone calls from different schools with different messages. So we really tried to make sure we get those out. We can try.
Good job, buddy.
Can you address I know there was some email exchange today, but with regard to the expectation of the high school, trying to minimize the class size. My understanding is teachers are willing to teach more classes in order to keep the class size small.
Well, what we're looking at, Mr. Bingham, and since you and I talked, would work with Tony. Ideally, we would like the teachers in an ideal setting not to do anything different than our current schedule. And a lot of whether or not they have planning from 8 o'clock to 9 or 9:30 in the morning and then teach 4 classes has to do with the bus schedule. If Tony can get our buses in by 9 o'clock at the high school, we think we can run 9 to 4 and have a regular schedule like we normally do. However, we haven't thrown that out there because as soon as we do, if we have to go back to all of our buses and say, all right, we need teachers to come in at 8 o'clock and be there at 9:30 to do your planning and then shorten classes but have 4 classes. A lot of that comes back on the wood. If we got the more kids we have at the high school level who are there, the more teachers we need. When we have a planning period built in during the instructional day at the high school level, what that means we have 3/4 of our teachers teaching 100% of our kids. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect that teaching 3 periods and having a planning period. But at this point in time, we can't guarantee that we aren't going to come in at 8 o'clock and go 8 to 9 planning or 8 to 9:30 planning and then teach shorter classes and teach 4 of them. Those numbers that she's talking about is exactly what we dictate that. Don and I worked a little bit this afternoon, talking to Tony Sheila, or Tony Sargent. Tony thinks that he can work it out where that he can get the kids there, we leave them till 4 o'clock, get them out, and the teachers can teach the regular classes. But if we don't have that 25% or 30% that takes the virtual option, if our bus routes have to change, we very well be maybe teaching 4 classes and have planning first thing in the morning. It's not ideal, but it's not awful. That's not our first option. It's not what we would want to do, but it's certainly something that's the worst case scenario. But it's based on the fact that with a 4-period day, at any point in time, we have 100% of our kids being taught by 3/4 of our kids.
One of the things that we should note is that what we talk high school principals about is in those large classes where we have large numbers, we've asked them to look at larger classrooms if they are available so that you can spread them out more. So we're looking at doing all that we can do to try to protect that social distancing if we can do that. we can do on an individual basis after these numbers are adjusted by council. And we figure out what we got going on with first.
If we have, once we get to the deadline of the application, and let's say we're short of 25%, we really need to go virtual. Do we make an appeal to parents to say anybody that can go virtual? Or we encourage them to do that so we can provide in school to those parents that absolutely have to have it?
As I understood what the governor said yesterday, the priority is a face-to-face 5-day-a-week school. So our first take, Mr. Benson, without direction from the board, would be we would try to work our schedules in those schools to separate those kids as much as possible, use those people as much else we're talking about, those aides and coaches, those interventionists, those things, to coach people to make the classes smaller, spread them out further. I guess at some point in time we could open it back up or extend it, but my gut reaction is that whatever number we get, we will work with that, and then whatever number of people that we have to try to make this class down smaller.
I think it's also important to understand that our goal is to get the 6-foot social distancing, but the pediatrician is American Association of Pediatricians, for what it was, recommended that 3-foot was adequate with masks. So our goal was to get the 6-foot social distancing, but it may be that I'm confident that we can get 3-foot. And I'm pretty sure we can get 6-foot social distancing in the vast majority of our classes. We will be better than what we recommended at 3-foot social distancing.
It's 3-foot with masks.
Correct.
On that. So really, we're not going to require, if we're suggesting that the kids wear it, but not require that you got to do the 6 feet. Correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so I thought.
Okay.
What are we gonna do when kids don't wear it? Like, gonna become discipline problems, or we gonna?
Well, I think one of those things is going to be what does the board say, because you're absolutely right. You're experiencing some report has been our frustration, the fact that every report we get seems to contradict the one we had before. You got a group that say that you social distance at 3 feet if both parties are wearing a mask, and then you got a group that says children don't need to wear it. So, what happens if a child doesn't wear a mask is determined by what's the board's take on, are we going to require the kids to wear a mask? And I don't know that it's a discipline issue, but I know that it's this. If we say that we're going to wear a mask and a child repeatedly doesn't, then in my mind, that child is going to go to school. I don't think that we're in a situation where we can just continue to appeal. You're in a time where you've got an extremely serious situation, and nothing is as it was beforehand. We got to do things a lot differently, and so if William James keeps coming to class and he's not wearing a mask, then William James keeps coming to class. If that's what, because I can tell you, we wouldn't, right, I mean, that 3 feet mask is good. But right now, given the numbers we got, we can't reach 6 feet. We can get close, but we can't reach 6 feet.
Well, it's either going to be 6 feet with that or 3 feet with. That's what the guidelines are saying.
I think with the board's support, we're prepared to require masks.
With the city of Columbia, West Columbia is requiring masks. I do not know why we would.
I don't think that's another aspect. I don't think we can say not, because, we've got schools in West Columbia, we've got schools in Casey, and both of those municipalities have mask orders. I don't think we can tell our folks that they don't have to wear them when we're in those municipalities.
I think face shields would also be an option if someone could not wear a mask, could they use their shield? I think face shields is right. I mean, that would be, And you can see them out, which is good, because a lot of people read lips and they hear fine, read lips. Reading teachers would have to say, yeah,
That's why we bought so many of the shields, so that.
Space there, people know.
yes. But you just can't say with fake.
Well, the problem be not, okay, we can say we want everybody to wear masks. Okay, the problem comes, what are you gonna do when they don't? They don't show up to school today, and they ain't got a mask.
Mr. Bennett, if we make that policy, then those people that refuse and don't want to wear masks will sign up for virtual school.
Of course, you deal with why, or we got other obstacles. And we've also asked our administrators to rethink their discipline policies. When they're suspended, when a student is suspended out of school, rather than them going home and sitting, you know, we've got an opportunity for them to have school.
They get suspended from the social aspect, but not the academic requirement.
We make it look rude or wrong. Is that right? We're even looking at our alternative school in a different way.
At what grade level are we gonna really start enforcing the kids to keep masks on?
I think primary grade is gonna be hard.
I mean, I go to Walmart, and I see all these little kids, and even if your mama's crying, they're masks hanging everywhere, they're playing around, and
I mean, you gotta get to the point where they're old enough to know what I'm saying. And that's probably gonna be somewhere about that third grade, third, fourth grade. But kindergarten, first, and second graders, if you keep them in the general proximity of the mask, that's sometimes that's a day job.
right, we believe we can teach most of them.
I think our elementary teachers are, or some of them so great, they'll figure out a way that they'll think it's part of their normal. They're in training modes, they will come up with things that we probably can send out nationally. I have all the confidence in them. I really am concerned about the class sizes and that, and then going back to masks, the village dress code and things. The kids are wearing around from home.
Well, it's gotta meet our dress code. It can't have profanity, can't advertise alcoholic beverages, it can't advertise anything pornographic, it can't
But it's
advertise
that
anything like the
colorful floral
It can
mask.
be colorful and floral, but it can't be anything that would,
And you gain over
that's
Yeah.
true.
So it's just a food for thought there, to talk with the principals and make sure y'all come back with something, because, I mean, these are children, but they are children, so that's,
well, some people's mask is nothing more than a handkerchief tied around.
and those do no good. They've proven that, a bandana is no good. So, unless it's doubled and folded with a filter. So, but a bandana, not
But
a
the
casual.
other ordinances just say Facebook, and they don't say it's got to be,
Oh, no, but, I mean, the bandana, you can't be a bandana, they should have been.
if the child is, virtual, can they still participate in basic curriculum?
I don't think we have any way to tell them no, I've got my own opinion about that, in my opinion, and the legal aspect of two different things. We would have to allow kids, technically, if you had a kid that was homeschooled or virtual and they asked to be part of something, we would have to do that. So I don't know if we can keep them from it now. I'll be real honest with you. It's kind of, I don't understand if you're concerned about being at school, how you could go to some kind of practice. I mean, you get a whole lot closer to football practice when you do it out of the class.
Well, I don't understand how they can have any kind of sports if we've got this much social distancing. We can play sports that all together. So to me, until you get more normal, sports will be out.
I have another question. I understand that AP is covered under, virtual, that you can have AP classes, virtual academy. But what about early college? If you have a student, early college, can they do?
Conference classes are going to Midlands Tech, and they're actually going to start before September the 8th, and so those kids, and they're doing, my understanding is a combination kind of program, and those kids can go ahead and enroll in those and participate.
Okay, so if you're an early college student, you can still be virtual academy, or you can choose your other classes.
You can be virtual for our regular coursework and do the early college, correct?
Okay.
And as far as AP, let me clarify, because if we have one kid that signs up for an AP class, I don't know that we're gonna be able to offer that.
Right.
We can't.
But if we have enough kids that are virtual that are asking for AP, the program that we're looking at using does offer AP classes.
Okay, yeah, it would definitely need a certain number, so I understand that. Good, thank you.
Do you see, I know the high school leagues that we're putting off everything until September.
Correct.
But if we're coming back to school in a reduced capacity, how are we gonna have any kind of, at all?
Well, we got a memo yesterday, they pulled from the high school league saying that they could begin football practice August the 17th. But I'm kind of like you, Mr. Thing, I don't understand what the guidelines you have to play eight to actually have football practice. I know that, we have stopped the conditioning for the practice through the social distancing that the high school league allowed. There's some districts, district riders trying to make up their mind whether they're going to start, I think they're going to start the 25th. District 4 is talking about either the 20th or the 25th. Folks are starting to talk about coming back and doing that conditioning thing, but right now, I don't know how we have full-fledged football practice when we can't get within 6 feet of each other without masks, but you and I are gonna get out there and run into one.
Yeah,
I know South Carolina State today canceled their football season, so you got major colleges that are canceling football, going into the fall.
yeah, I don't know what kind of message that sends, that we can't get more kids in the classroom and out class, but yet we put more football kids for football.
I agree.
They will determine on August the 10th if they can start on August the 17th.
Well, again, if we can't start school till September 8th, why would they start on
That's what
the
I have right here. They don't tell you on August the 10th if they can start the 17th.
And then we got to do the seasons.
Yeah, they're talking about having football in January.
Yes. They have continued the football race, September 11th through the 23rd, 7 weeks. And the first game is September 11th. They have oversight, that take place.
Or another question. So we're gonna need a motion to modify the district's calendar to start on September 8th. So allow the plan to move forward and to authorize the district to submit our plan to state.
And I think it's most thing that's important that that everybody understands. You said, well, we don't have an option for a plan that doesn't include some portion of face-to-face out there. That's not something that we can just say, we don't want to.
Dr. James, could you repeat that? You said we don't have an option for what now?
Well, we don't have an option not to have some amount of face-to-face 5-day-a-week school.
And that option would be, what you're speaking of would be, if we didn't do 5-day, then it would go back to conversations, I guess conversations prior of some mixed or hybrid setup where you went a couple of days and you did virtual a day. Is that what you're speaking of?
No, he's saying that there is no option that we have. Anything we do is got to include an option for parents to have 5-day-a-week full-time school. We can have a hybrid along with that, and we can have virtual along with that, but we can't have an option where we don't have full 5-days-a-week school.
And I think that's fine as long as we have all the options you mentioned. So there are the main thing, people have options.
Well, the two options presented will be all virtual or all 5-day-a-week. We're not offering hybrid at this point.
But say if Nabil, if you say if we're offering all virtual, and I know I'd asked that question earlier, obviously we have to determine at what golden moment in time, and based on the indicators, do we decide that it's not safe to return? But we don't, say we don't know when that. I say we don't know when, as far as the indicators, when we would make that ultimate decision. Am I hearing that? Did I hear that correct earlier?
What I think they're saying is that they would, as we move forward and we get to our next meeting on August the 20th or 21st, whatever that third Thursday is,
right?
That meeting, then there will be a much better idea 5 weeks from now to decide whether or not things have calmed down to where school's going to proceed normally on September the 8th. If on the other hand things are worse, then that September the 8th may get postponed. But if it does, we still won't have an option to go all virtual to start on September the 8th. Wherever we start, we've got to have a 5-day option according to the government.
Oh, okay.
Whatever day that is. If September the 8th ends up that the COVID cases are high and we can't start, and that pushes out to September the 18th, then we'll be just 2 more weeks later starting school. There is no option to start virtually and work into full 5 days a week. That's not an option for the table.
Okay, but and I say okay. We could not start virtually 100% virtually on the 8th. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
That's correct. That's not an option. The governor did not give districts that option. They said wherever you start, you have to offer 5 days a week.
Okay, but on September 8th, we can offer 5 days, but also offer virtual. And for high, people are going to choose the virtual, except for maybe a handful, and then you can social distance and maybe can handle a very small number of kids September 8th, right? If teachers are prepared to all go virtual, and but you're saying we have to offer 5 days, I'm sure most people, if the numbers are high and haven't declined, then they're going to choose virtual and not 5 days. You have a few that, want to come back 5 days, then you could accommodate those students until a later date when other students would start 5 days.
Well, I think what I've heard is that we cannot just, everybody wait till the last minute and sign up for virtual or 5 days. They've got to make a choice and it's got to stick with it. We can't plan. What Dr. James said is it's like opening a whole brand new school. We can't wait until August the 20th and everybody say, well, it's running high, I'll go virtual now, because it changes the whole dynamic of what we're trying to schedule in terms of classes.
So if the numbers don't go down until November, December, then we're not starting school until November or December. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. Like, we've got to start school.
Well, and kind of to add on to that, if it's like, okay, are we setting the bar right now when we're saying the numbers going up or down from what point?
I mean, they would need to decline from this.
I think the governor is the only one that can change what he has said. We don't have the authority to vote on it. Only the governor can change that.
Okay.
One thing that the board discussed is a photograph about extending the date for the virtual school. We can do that, but we will be more effective. The more time we have to do a let's schedule, the more effective we'll be. So we'll do what the board wants, but
I think that was what we said, is leave the day where it's at. Let's see where we're on.
We're working on this, I have that, what is it?
We put that out, possible.
August the 7th is the deadline. So
Yeah.
we're going to move it to August 7th.
Or is, July 20, right now it's the 23rd. It's the 23rd.
But when it changes to May, you said long ago, it's August the 7th.
no, he said we
We
could.
said we could change it, that would be the
That's the
latest.
drop
you
dead
could do.
late.
That's the latest you can do it.
But wouldn't that work, since it's the August, September 8th, wouldn't that work?
Yeah, I mean, the more kids we have, really the more time we're going.
Vacation. They may not tend to any business until they get back. If we want to get 25% in that virtual school, we've got to give them the time.
If we
So
start,
communicate that to in an email to every student, every principal's got to make sure that every student in their school gets an email of this deadline, then we should hold on.
well, we're gonna have to hold firm, whatever it is, because that gives us a month, and basically that's a month. Well, you know, if you went high school for years, you'll have a high school that'll spend all summer long building schedule. Well, we've got more kids right now in virtual school than we have in either high school, and probably by the end of next week, there'll be more kids in virtual school than there are in both high schools. And so that means building a schedule and selecting teachers in 30 days.
And then at the last week, you're going to have 50 new families move into our community that have to be hand-dealt with. So you don't, that's all.
The 7th pushes it, but that's the absolute drop dead date. Honestly, I think this is being generous. If you moved it at all, I would suggest like August 1st. I mean, you're building an entire school schedule and hiring teachers in 30 days. What does it look like?
But I was just so you know, when I was asking about the date for the virtual academy deadline, I don't know, it doesn't matter to me when it is, but I just wanted it to be clear tonight what day it's going to be. And like Ms. Kessler said, make sure that's communicated out to everyone so that it's a clear date. You know that this is your deadline and this is your opportunity to choose virtual. That's all I'm saying. So the, July 23rd is, if that's what you said, the date is currently right now, then that's, I mean, we can stick with that date because you do need time.
But we can't go past, I mean, it'll take all month.
Right.
Well, I don't know what it means.
First, you know, halfway in the winter, so the third verse, deadline.
You do all
Campuses go on vacation, they have to go critical home, so we don't have to. There's maybe an exception, but you still have that. And the bond rate is 25%.
Whatever the deadline is, there's gonna be, everybody's gonna wait for the deadline.
That's it, it's not, you know,
We wrote it in there, what, I can't tell you what they will assume, but we did put it in the application.
anybody wants to not ask for virtual by whatever they decide, you will be in face to face.
right. That's the natural assumption, that if you haven't applied for virtual, you come in face to face.
I didn't know that clear somewhere, somehow.
I think that the more clarity we can get after this meeting, particularly about whether that face masks are going to be required in one way or another. That will be a deciding factor for some, one way or the other. They're either going to want it or they don't want it. So it will be a deciding factor.
I think tonight will determine that. And while we're talking about that, we've been brought up about that, so we have cut back this continues the weightlifting and conditioning part of our program. There are some districts that are starting to come back. Our coaches have asked to restart on Monday. Don and I have been just kind of banging our head on that. I've got a reservation, but I know that if something comes up before, so I kind of think the board has any input whatsoever on whether we ought to allow conditioning start next week back or wait or whatever. I'll be glad to hear.
The bond, COVID-19 stayed down, every 10,000 a day, 2,000, 1,800, 1,900. As a coach, I love what we do that. As an adult training last I think it's the same for our kids or our coaches.
I don't see how you say it. I mean, I don't see how you do it. I mean, on the one hand, you're saying we can't do it because we have too many people that's too close together. And on the other hand, they want to bring it back next week. Well, I don't, that is completely inconsistent. Why? Either it's not safe and we don't need them back, or either it's okay. And we can't say it's okay because they won't practice football and they won't condition, but it's not okay because they won't learn.
Well, kind of goes in hand. I mean, if we're bringing them back face to face.
Well, you said we're not bringing back face to face till September 8th.
Right, but I mean, it's just like anything else. I mean, it's without a big ready. If the high school league is going to say the first game is September the 11th, you can't let them start practicing September 8th. They'll be ready to play games September the 11th.
Well, that's my point. If they can't go to school regularly, then how are we going to condone them playing football and saying that's okay?
But we are, but it just kind of goes hand in hand.
Well, it goes hand in hand in a normal world. How many emails we got about it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe?
I'm just saying,
And it's not safe for them to go to that day. It's not safe for them to go to football.
I think you can't say you can't do conditioning until we start school. Condition prior to school starts. You just have to follow the guidelines.
We're not starting school because we're saying it's not safe.
Well, we're starting school September 8th.
Okay?
So whatever we normally bring them, if we were gonna start August the 17th, whatever we normally bring them in for ahead of that, move it to that date and follow the guidelines. That's what we're gonna have to do in school. That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, bring them in a little bit. We would agree with mine, but starting school on August the 3rd is not a safe situation for the kids. How can we come to that conclusion if we're not willing to say it's unsafe for our athletes to come next week? That's
exactly what we're.
They might have time next week, but you have to let them come a little bit. You have to let them come prior to the 8th. Only if the high school week doesn't say that it's back. If anything, if it's not canceled, it's going to be moved back. I mean, they can put all records out and all these dates that they want to put. This, I want to dictate what they actually do. You said other districts are working on that, James?
They're talking about that,
But
one
they
of our
haven't
coaches
actually.
have asked us about coming back on Monday. I'm gonna be very honest with you, I have real reservations on that. I still think this said, like Ms. Custer's got that email that the 10th, they will tell the schools that they can start practice on the 17th. I'm real hesitant, to be honest, but I know, I'm wanting to know that that'll be an issue that you all will call that. So I'd rather know the board's feeling and work for that end than to deal with your having to face 50 different phone calls if we don't have a guideline.
If I may, I guess I talk to the coaches as much as anybody, but one of the concerns that they have, and I think it's probably a legitimate concern, is that athletes are looking for scholarships. If we send the message that we're not going to do what everybody else is doing, they may choose to go somewhere else that is allowing them to practice safely. Now, what they're allowing them to do right now is not much more than just conditioning. They can't put on helmets and go out and hit each other, if I'm aware of. But I think that they would like for us to send a message that we're going to allow our athletes to do what other athletes are getting. So,
I mean, I'm good with that. If they're not hitting, they're not. If you're starting school when you're starting.
Well, I talked to the Lexington district this afternoon, and let's find
that's the one starting to
the Lexington River 5 is gonna start on 27th. 3 and 4 are meeting tomorrow to talk about whether or not they will start.
If you start with
Lexington
Lexington one
I
week,
heard that.
and that's just, and this is just conditioned. No problem with that.
Well, let me ask you this. We weren't doing it,
Correct.
and they shut it down because the cases started going up. They're more today than they were when we shut it down, but it is all right to go back now. Is football out of the whole frame here? That's what it sounds like to me. Football keeps going as normal in the end, world's coming to an end, but we can't get the classroom because it's too safe to educate. It's not safe to educate kids, which is what our job is here. We're not here about football, that's a byproduct. But if you only have good common sense that they had to shut it down 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago because the cases were going up, and they're higher today than they were then, and yet we're saying, well, we can go back, only because Lexington one's going back to it.
Well, and again, I feel like I have to represent the folks that have asked me to do that under the act. In fairness to the coaches made the decision to shut it down because I called them and said, there's a remnant of us to shut it down. So they agreed that was the best thing to do, but because they didn't want somebody to say, you're done. And best thing to do at the time because others were doing it. But if others are going back, then they feel like, we agreed to do it before, and basically they make that decision. They would like to have some input in making the decision to come back as well, because, how to do it. So we didn't shut it down before. The coaching class will shut it down at our request.
I'm concerned, but I'm smart enough to know you want to answer us, bring them, and I reckon I'm at the point in time in my age and my career that I can be real honest. I want to know that if I say no, no matter what the number of cases are, y'all will get caught. So it's easier to just talk about it right here and throw it out there. I coached football for 14 years. I will accomplish other than the fact that you get to see kids that just violent, serious fun. But I also know I've been here 6 years and I know y'all can get called if I say they can't. And you have football drive and training. I love it. I get it. The doctor's gonna get some calls. I say we're not gonna have practice. That's where we go.
What's the wishes of the board? Well, these people got real silent.
I keep saying that the schools is ultimately up to the school districts, each school district. So when we say that if we choose September 8th as the start date, and at the August board meeting, we just keep our regular Thursday board meeting, we decide that we need to go back virtually for some period of time for all students. I just want to be clear that right now we're saying that is not an option, because my understanding was that each school district could choose their plan.
No, that's not we don't have the option to offer here where we tell everybody we're just going to go all virtual. That's just not an option at this point. Not unless the governor changes his mind. The governor would have to make that call. But what we're talking about is starting sports back.
Yeah, but we can't vote on that tonight. I know it's a good discussion, but I don't think, unless you're somebody saying we do need to, or we can or do need to vote on that. I was just trying to,
Well, what Dr. James is asking is, what is the board's position on allowing athletes to start working out and going back to doing that at this point?
Mr. Bingham, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I had trouble logging in. It's my understanding that from the governor's press conference, that was just advice and advisement. So I'm not sure why we're sticking with that. We had the Accelerate Ed, who was a whole task force who gave a lot of recommendations. So I'm not sure why we're saying we have to follow what just recently happened in the most recent press conference.
Well, what I got out of that was he ordered all districts to submit their plan, and that the Secretary of Education could not approve any plan that did not include full 5-day face-to-face instruction. Now, while that's not an executive order, that's an order to the State Department that they can't approve a plan that doesn't include it. So it has the same effect, the way I see it.
And I understand that, but it's also my understanding that South Carolina School Boards Association is also going to be issuing some guidance to school boards and school board members as to actually what is and isn't in effect based on that press conference. Also note that Molly Spearman was not even present for that press conference. And it's her department who's going to approve those plans. And it's my understanding we can also apply for a waiver to maybe, or something to allow us to have a little bit extra time with our plan. I just don't know why we want to rush to a plan right now when our community, our teachers, our parents, everyone is crying out for us to go slow in this and make sure our schools open and are safe.
What do you think for waivers to delay our plans being submitted? We're waiting on board to give us direction.
Well, Ms. Branham, I'm glad you weighed in, and that, I guess, I've heard more, I've gotten more responses on this situation than, and this is, of course, going back to my short time on the board, but I've got more responses to this situation than any prior, and there's a great deal of concern in our community. What I've read anyway in the emails that I've gotten, as far as I would say rushing into, but going ahead and making the decision. The other concern is obviously with teachers, and I know we've heard back from the teachers, but there's concerns from the teachers. So saying that, I welcome your comments, Beth.
Thank you, Beth.
The waiver, we've applied for the waiver.
We have applied for a waiver to delay our submission of the plan.
So when does that, how far out does that put it?
They have not responded. We have not got a response. We have applied.
If you don't get the waiver.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Bingham, I think that, our teachers and our administrators are the ones who are actually going to be going back into the classrooms with our students. And I just feel like we've not gotten enough response from them on how they feel about this. I know that we've gotten some emails recently, but I mean, I'm hearing a lot of fear from them. And first of all, I don't want to see teachers who've been with us for years now planning to just go ahead and retire. That's going to give us a shortage in the classroom. And I don't know why we have to rush this decision tonight. Again, as you know, I specifically knew I was going to be out of town with very bad internet service this week and asked that we not have it this week. And I know we had to because of planning and all of that, but I just don't feel comfortable with us making decisions tonight. I appreciate administration giving us the information they've given us and let us have time to digest that, as well as I would look to all of our teachers. I know that I actually was not able to log in earlier, Mr. Bingham, but I was able to watch the meeting. And so I could see the comments that people were giving on the side of the meeting. And there's a lot of people in our community watching us tonight who have a lot of comments about what we're doing. And I think we need to give a little bit more time than 1 or 2 days from the governor's press conference for our community to weigh in and our teachers to weigh in. So that's all I'm asking, is that if we're asking for a waiver for more time, let's please don't rush this decision. Let's wait. Let's put the brakes on a little bit and let's give it a little bit of time. We can get a waiver from the state, and let's just make, and I'm not saying I might not necessarily agree with what I've read that got emailed to me about 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start for the district's plan, but I would agree with that, but I need a little time to digest that, because the last meeting that we had, and that's what I kind of don't understand, is why our district has now gone to go, we're either virtual or we're all in person. Because the very last meeting we had, hybrid was an option. And you had a very well thought out plan. I thought Dr. James and Mr. Brooks, y'all done a really good job. Gave us a great plan that was kind of a hybrid, and let's do this until the cases go down. Well, the only thing that's happened since that meeting is the cases have exploded and have gone up. So I'm a little worried about why all of a sudden, just because we had a press conference from the governor, which, by the way, I'm not sure why the governor was announcing that Lexington 2 had a great plan when the only plan we had was the one I thought that was presented to us at the last meeting.
I do still think it's important for us to adjust the calendar tonight, knowing that we can have another board meeting at a later date and make other adjustments as needed. But I think it's important to make that adjustment tonight unless anybody else disagrees with that.
I can agree with adjusting the calendar. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
If we adjust the calendar, we've got to give staff some direction as to how they're going to proceed to plan to reopen the school. We've got a virtual application out there, but we've got to figure out the way all this is going to work. So what are we proposing that we're going to do? To just wait and not make a decision on how they're going to plan?
Well, I think we could actually have some additional meetings between now and then and get some additional information from SCSBA, our teachers associations, and all of that. I don't understand why we wouldn't have a plan already in place, because until the press conference 2 days ago, I was under the impression that our district had a plan, and it was a Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, off thing Wednesday to clean the buildings, and that's what we were going to do until our cases decreased. I don't think there's any one of the board members that I know on this conference meeting who would be opposed to all day, full day classes for our students. I think that we won't. I think that, for instance, Ms. Wooten, I know you were worried about parents and child care and stuff like that, and you were so passionate about that last week. I don't think there's none of us who don't want to see full in-person meetings for kids, but right now, I think we already had a plan in place. It was presented at our last meeting by our administration, so I think that's what they've already worked out. So I don't understand why we need to give them direction when they've already given us a plan.
Well, I think when we discussed it at the last meeting, that was the concern, that you had a number of parents that could not afford daycare, and it was going to affect work, and that the administration needed to go back and figure out a way so that we could offer these kids a way to go to school so that they would have daycare, which is what I think they've done. I mean, so we can't have it all ways. I mean, if we don't open a full-day school, then it's going to create problems for parents who need daycare in order to go to work. I've heard that a number of times. If we go with a hybrid model, that's going to be a problem. If we go with full day, then yeah, I hear the teachers are concerned about there's too many kids in the class and that sort of thing. And if we go all virtual, that's going to be a problem because you got 70% of the parents want their kids back in school. Everything's an equally bad option to somebody. It just depends on whose options keep going.
And I accommodate all three options.
No, you can't do 3 options. Enough problem as it is to do 2. But at some point in time, we've got to make a decision and just stick with the decision. Because the administration can't plan, and we want to keep changing what our criteria is.
Discuss the deadline or.
Mr. Bingham, I don't think we wanted to change anything. I think that the majority of this board was under the impression that we were going forward with the plan that we were presented at our last board meeting. I'm fine, but I am fine, by the way, as Ms. Rucker suggested, that we follow the governor's advice and we make sure we don't start any of that until I think September 8th was the date that was given. But I don't understand why we would change midstream what our district's already been working on for the entire time to prepare for this.
I think it changed because of what the board said at the last meeting about daycare. There was an extensive discussion about daycare at that last meeting, and I don't think there was consensus that, oh, we just go high. That was a legitimate problem that that needed to be solved. So I think what they try to do is figure out if they can get 25% of the children that want to be virtual, that we can make it work with full day. And that way it solves the daycare problem.
And lowers class sizes, which the teachers may not really understand all the things that we're trying to do to make it a safer environment for them. I think right now, they really don't know what we're trying to do to protect everyone involved. And I think after tonight's meeting, we can put that information out there pretty quick.
Well, you're absolutely right. Like we left here, I left here under the impression that the hybrid model was not acceptable to the board because we had no plan in place for daycare for kids 3 days a week. And the board talked about that at length, whether a decision was made or not, or whether I misunderstood the board's intent. We tried to come up with a way that we could reduce class size enough. And then I don't know, the governor's comments yesterday dictate that we start with a face-to-face brick and mortar 5 days a week or not, but my understanding is it does. We've got a hybrid plan that is a very good one. We spent lots of time and we talked to the largest school districts in the United States to get their plan. We've got a full virtual plan, and then we've got plans we offer. We can't do all 3 of them, but I think we can do any one equally well. But after the last board meeting, there are a lot more people in this room that all were saying that daycare was a big enough issue with the board that we could not do that.
Well, I don't respectfully disagree with that, because I thought, which I did disagree. Y'all
Well, you said it wouldn't work.
I totally disagree with the hybrid. But I was under the impression when I left here, and I talked to some other board members, that was still on the table. So I was totally confused when I started getting emails that we were going back face to face and that it was virtual and face to face. I think there was some major miscommunication.
Well, I was kind of confused when we were talking about not doing.
So I totally thought the hybrid plan was in place, and I think other board members did too. Because I talked to several, 3 or 4 of them today, that it was still in place, and I was worried. I had people that actually worked for me that were worried about it because of daycare. So no, I was never in favor of it. But I think there was some confusion, and I appreciate that.
Because you were very adamant.
I was.
Not work.
It would not work.
You said it would not
It
work.
would not work. But there was, I did not, when I walked out, did not feel like we could set it up.
I felt like I needed to go back and try to figure out how to accommodate your needs.
I'm glad you did, and I appreciate that, because I was talking about what I think is 70% of the needs of our children in this district, in the family. But again, I will go back and agree with what Ms. Rucker and Ms. Branham and Mr. Summers are saying, that I think there was some misconception. I'm sorry, I'm glad it's off the table.
Well, I'll be more than glad to give you all a good workable plan if we just know what that plan is. We guessed 3 times and guessed wrong.
So I think what it is from what I've gathered tonight, we're gonna change the date today. It's fluid. Things may change, but right now, we're going, leave is K to 8 on the 24th. Teachers got 31st. We have a deadline that we're extending till August 7th. The virtual, correct? And we're going to be comfortable with the numbers that we're getting. That's what I've gotten today. But I do understand where the confusion was coming from, because I was not aware that the hybrid had gone away. Nor were a lot of other people that I got details from. So, Is that kind of where we are?
Well, the seventh, I'm not sure.
I mean, and I'm trying to change that to the first. Or whatever it is, what is it? We talked about the learning clip and we're now thinking about, we're not changing our policy, we've turned our philosophy a little bit down, we're going in the direction of academic achievement. When you look at when you look at the face-to-face, when you look at the virtual, the face-to-face and the virtual are going to close that learning clip a lot better than the hybrid when you're only meeting 2 days a week and doing a science concern. We also have to think about what we're doing in the education of these kids, because we don't want them to lose, they're going to lose a little ground, but we don't want them to lose a whole lot of ground. Face-to-face will get us back in with learning, not that the hybrid working, but we need to consider what we're doing to the learning spectrum that these children do, and there's psychological, emotional. And I agree with Ms. Hessel. I agree with Ms. Kessel. I think my question is, we do have a hybrid. And if there is a change from the government, we do have one in place. Is what we need clarification on. And that is correct, right, Dr. Jones? We do have one in place.
Oh, we have one, good one.
Okay. So right now, we just need to change the school calendar. We kind of have it all figured out right now, where we are right now, but it is all fluid, depending on how things go, correct? Correct? Okay. But if we don't give them some direction tonight, well, I'm good with it. I just said, give them the direction. We're going to go back to dates where you won't have dates for virtual school, you won't have anything. We've done besides something tonight, so they have something to go forward with. We can't just postpone this. Ms. Kessler, if we're going to start out on the 8th, and the teachers come back on the 30th, and the leave is the 24th, and we extend the virtual to the 1st, but you also have to have in the back of your mind that this is all fluid, depending on, we don't know what the world's going to bring tomorrow. We've given them direction. That's the direction, right? This administration knows if we don't start school in South Carolina until November, they know exactly what they're going to switch to. We've got to have faith in the aptitude for our kids, and I think we're losing sight of that. We need to stop some of the micromanaging and have some faith in what we're doing for our district. And I don't think we're short that right now. I just don't. In what way? I mean, we just said we were going to start on the 8th. With what? Either virtual or face-to-face. That's the point. Well, you either go virtual academy or face-to-face, right?
That's what we need to say, but that's not what we're saying.
Well, what I'm saying actually, Mr. Bingham, is that we have another regularly scheduled, pre-school board meeting, I believe, scheduled for August 6th, which if we're not coming back until, I believe, the 8th, that's a full 4 or 5 weeks prior to that. So why can't we just tonight only address the start issue and move that to the 8th, as the governor has suggested? But between now and then, let's get some more input from the administration. Let's, as board members, have some more time to digest some of this and digest some of the guidance that we're being given from our community, our teachers, our parents, everybody who has put us in the places where we're sitting. And we will be back together in 3 weeks. And then at that point, we can reassess which route we're going to go. I think we know, number one, we're going to have to offer a virtual academy. I think there's no question on that. So there's one answer. The only other answer to me is on September 8th, do we go back 5 days, full days, face-to-face, or do we go back with some hybrid plan? In 3 weeks, we may know if the caseloads are dropping and the virus seems to be abating. We may know that that's an easy answer. But if it's skyrocketed, it might be an easy answer the other way. I just don't see why we need to make a decision tonight on July 16th on that question. I think the only decision is what Ms. Rucker has suggested, which is let's definitely make a decision that we'll wait and start first day of school, September 8th.
But with plan, I hear you, but with plan, for virtual academy, we have to have a deadline for that, and people need to know what the current proposed, I still think we need a current proposed plan so that all of this planning can take place. So I was thinking before tonight that there could always be an option for us to go back virtual for all students, and that's what's throwing me off tonight, is I'm hearing that that is not an option. But I was thinking, you know, the numbers could go way down and we could start, you know, 5 days a week on September 8th. We don't know that yet, but I was hoping, if we don't know what the numbers are going to do, we could have an option, because our teachers have been trained and have gone through these programs to virtual learning, and that we could start off that way if needed, depending on what the numbers do now and then. So, you know, we have virtual academy that's already out there, that people are already applying to that. But I think we need to come up with a proposed plan for September 8th, and then knowing that we can have other meetings if, you know, as we go through this process and lead up to that date as things change. I mean, if they skyrocket, you know, the numbers skyrocket, we're going to go, you know, one direction. If they come way down over the next 3 weeks, we'll go another direction. But I think that there has to be a proposed plan tonight for planning, knowing that we can meet again to adjust that plan at a later date, August 6th, possibly.
I think that's exactly the way we should proceed. We need to give the administration direction on what we're planning to do, assuming we can start on September 8th as we see it tonight. And then if it changes, we'll have to go back and reconvene. But at least they know what to be working on is the plan that they presented. And if we gotta change it, then we'll have to change it in August.
But when do we go, we're gonna set a date for another conversation tonight, right?
Hold on, we got 2 people.
I was saying, I was thinking it was coming back hybrid, but then after the press conference, I knew something had to change. So I've been trying to wonder, now, I really wasn't really in favor of hybrid, because I was worried about daycare systems. But also worried about face-to-face only 2 days a week for some of these kids. But then after seeing this tonight, I like this plan if we can guarantee the social distance. If you can guarantee the social distance with this plan, we got 5 days face to face. It's going to be better than the hybrid plan. If I'm thinking of.
I was up in the air because I thought we had to, and some people unhappy with hybrid, and we left here not knowing what we were going because some people objected to hybrid. I really think it was on the table because of the objections to.
Well, what would you do, because I'm gonna tell you, I will let you think that we need to work with my budget on my mind, I talked to the necessities about. I woke up talking about school, we've been trying to figure out how to do daycare.
That's scary.
And she thought that too, but. Or can I assume that we need to leave the applications for virtual that the board is in support of a virtual program? I don't want to tell people we're gonna offer that if we don't. And right now, that's tonight, if we don't get another application, that's the biggest school in Lexington to do right now.
The virtual is the only way to even make this plan work.
Correct.
The virtual is still
Correct.
Yes.
If we agree that that's part of it, the only thing left is what are you going to plan for September 8th? Which would be full-time face-to-face based on what's presented and what we understand is going to be ordered to do. Unless it's changed and unless things get worse.
Unless it changes, unless it gets worse, or unless they figure out this won't work. We may have to have a problem if this don't work. We can come back.
The circumstances change.
Ms. Bingham,
Yeah.
So I think it's probably easier to plan it in case of emergency or things get worse, which it's pretty bad as it is right now in South Carolina. But if they get worse, then we might monitor and adjust or whatever. But it's probably better that going 5 days, full day, face to face, that's something our teachers, our staff, our administration, our district office, they're used to doing that. They've been doing that, some of them for 25 years. They can do that and go. What they may not be able to be ready to do is a hybrid model. So it would be my opinion that we use the next 5 or 6 weeks to be preparing for that to be the plan, with the fact that if the numbers go down, it's easy to say, hey guys, we got this plan. We'll still use these lesson plans face to face, but we're going face to face. But I'd rather plan as the numbers sit in South Carolina today. So I would like to make a motion that Lexington 2 begins school September 8th, as the board has recommended, and that we begin with our hybrid model as presented at our last board meeting, subject to change if our numbers start decreasing and going down in Lexington County. That's my motion.
You have a motion, is there a second?
There's second to discuss it, right? I'll second it.
Okay, you have a second. Any discussion?
Hello.
Yeah,
Is that without any virtual?
No, I mean with virtual, but I'm sorry, with virtual going forward as well. We definitely have a virtual option. I think 100% I'm for that. So yes, with virtual, but we plan for hybrid to go forward on September 8th. Unless the numbers go down, then we can go full day, 5 day face to face.
And I don't know if you were on a while ago. The question I asked was saying numbers going up, numbers going down from what point? Are we using CDC guidelines? Are we saying if from today's date, if the numbers go up or down from the day's date? I need some clarification there as well. A better understanding there. Did anybody get that?
I do, but I can't. I heard you, but who's got the answer to that? It's the numbers that we give from the state. We don't set those numbers. So as numbers go up from state reporting.
I think the say that like high risk. I think they're rating us right now high, medium, low. So I would use that high, medium, low rating that the district administration gave us at the last meeting, where we were all saying we were high, and that's why we were doing the hybrid. I would use that rating the same way, so that if that's still high on September 8th, we go hybrid. If that has decreased to low, then we go 5 day in-person face-to-face. That would be my recommendation on motion.
If you follow that CDC guidelines, if you're high, according to that, you would not have any face-to-face. It would be all virtual. When it's at the medium level or moderate or low, you would have some face-to-face situation. But at a high risk for the entire county would be all virtual if you follow that the way it's written.
So if we were starting, let's say planning to start Monday, how would we look if with this motion on the floor? How would we look? Would we be strictly virtual based on the numbers?
If you were starting Monday, we'd have to have some clarification, and I'm not sure who it'd be from, whether it'd be Attorney General, the state office, or the governor's office, because my understanding is the governor said you have to have a face-to-face option to get your plan started. But if you look at the CDC guidelines, Lexington County is a high-risk county, and the CDC guidelines says that would be virtual. So if we're going to start Monday, we'd have to have some kind of ruling from somebody as to what we can actually do.
Okay.
Any Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second to have a virtual option and a hybrid option with a change to a full-time only if the CDC guidelines allow for it.
Yes.
Okay, we have all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed on like sign. Aye. But I haven't heard you.
Is my mic on?
I hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was trying to get my mic on.
Did you vote for that motion or not?
Well, yes. Yes,
What?
yeah, I did.
You support motion going hybrid.
Yes.
Okay? So that motion carries. Now, I don't know what we're gonna do when the governor says that's in violation of his order.
We can meet again at that time.
Yeah, and from what I understand, Mr. Bingham, he didn't make it an order, he made it a suggestion, but if he does make an executive order, then I think we can meet again.
I would hope that we would plan to meet again soon.
For what purpose?
I mean, I probably agree with Mr. Summers that we do need to meet again soon, Mr. Bingham. I think that we probably, in light of what's going on with the start of school, we probably need to be meeting more frequently than less frequently, because I think this is going to be a moving target. I think there's going to be things that change on a weekly basis. And I agree with Mr. Summers that we do need to be meeting more leading up to that September 8th start date.
And thank you, but again, I was trying to get my mic on, but one of the reasons would be to discuss, to allow our constituents to weigh in. I've gotten a number of responses already. I've gotten a couple tonight, but to see what the community's saying and to get a better feel from those folks as the direction that we're going, and how they feel about the direction that we've taken in these decisions.
If we're gonna take direction from the community, we need directions from the majority of people, not some kind of authority. We need any board who can begin possible.
All right, we need to discuss if we're planning on going back hybrid, and I assume that the athletics issue comes off the table.
Bill, would you repeat that? You said the athletic what now was off the table?
I just said that I assume if we're planning virtual and hybrid, then the athletics issue's off the table. We certainly we can't do any face-to-face instruction. We're not going to be able to put kids on the athletic field.
Well,
the question Dr. James asked a while back, before we got back into this discussion, was what about starting athletics?
Are you referencing allowing the athletes to restart their training?
Yes.
Why not? If we're in agreement, I said, why not? We don't know
If
because
you're
we don't
saying
know.
we can't get kids in school, how are we saying it's okay for them to go back and practice athletics?
Well, I know that, but we're also talking about how fluid this whole conversation will continue to be, and as far as being flexible, we don't know what it's going to look like in a month. You know, we're hoping and praying for the best, but we don't know what it's going to look like in a week, let alone a month.
But they're asking to start on Monday.
But if I'm not mistaken, what we just voted on was, this is just to keep it fluid, that if the numbers go down, we're going face to face. Correct?
Yes.
Well, I just voted on, so that we have a plan in case the learning, in case the numbers went sky high, we would have the hybrid plan. But if the numbers are going, if they stay or go down, and the governor says face to face, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Rucker and Ms. Branham, that then we would be going face to face.
No, they put a motion in to go higher.
If the numbers.
But not stay at the high, if the numbers drop to moderate or low,
Or the motion.
that was part of the motion.
Or that drops to moderate or low, we would be going face to face of what we had when we first came in here. We just needed that was to have a plan in case the numbers kept going up.
It was not for the motion.
It was part of the motion.
But like I said, that if the numbers go down, we are with our plan that Dr. Jones and them are stay steady that represented to us when we came in. Is that not what y'all just said?
Yes.
Okay, because, so the hybrid plan is just in case this thing skyrockets. And we can't. The plan, that's what I heard on the motion, was to make sure, and we can come back and have discussion, is if the numbers are even like they are, because as I have said, I'm all about the kids being in their face to face. So just everybody have to say.
That was an intent of the motion, it was not stated.
So that's
the
what
intent, it was not mentioned. What Mr. Bingham said when he left here is that if you voted for the hybrid to keep the kids more distance, so how can you then on Monday go them all together for athletics, but then say hybrid to keep them distance for education? So that question needs to be answered because it's the whole idea behind this. So the majority of people vote for hybrid, so I guess the majority of people would say, no, we're not going to get back together for athletics because we got to be consistent in both areas. You have to play it one way in one area and play it a different way in another area. You got to be consistent in your decisions.
Well, distant people, and those,
But if you listen to the state, what was said on the motion was so that the plan was there, so we could be fluid. That if the numbers decrease or stay like they are, and don't skyrocket, then it becomes dangerous.
That was part of the conversation with that.
But that's what I heard, was that, so we would have the third plan there, ready to go if the numbers skyrocket. So,
in the motion that if the numbers drop to moderate or low, that we would go back face to face 5 days. But if the numbers stay high, we would have an option to start back hybrid. So that we can better social distance all the things.
I mean, it's due tomorrow, if we hadn't heard from the waiver. What I heard today is we would submit the high plan. What are we supposed to submit? I'm looking.
okay. All right,
I
well.
mean, it's gotta be a plan for starting to do that.
And you're right, but I thought the plan was virtual academy, face to
face September 8th, but we've got the hybrid plan to go right now with the way the numbers are. But if the numbers even out, or if we go medium to low, then we're going face to face. We're at high right now. That's what I understood, that's what I voted on, because then that covers all the options.
Yeah, that was the motion.
So that, right now, if those numbers drop, which we have to hope that they do, by September 8th, we will be face to face, and we just have the hybrid plan is there fluid. That's what I voted on, because I've been very honest, I feel about the hybrid plan. Kevin was honest too, I thought that's what we were voting on, but that's what I voted on. I voted on, as the numbers come down, we have the virtual academy as one option. If we are medium or low, we're going to go face to face, is what the governor said on September 8th. But however, we are going to be fluid in our district to protect our teachers, students, staff, administrators, everybody. The numbers skyrocket. We do have a hybrid plan in place. That's what was said, and that's what I voted on.
The motion was that we would have a virtual plan, and then it would be a hybrid plan. And then only if the numbers come down, would you consider going back face to face. And so what they would have to submit would be the virtual and a half. That's what we need. If we got to come in, that's what we got.
But your plan can't have it in there that if the numbers go down, you would go the 5 days a week. I mean, that can't be part of the plan.
Yeah, it can be part of the plan.
There's a tremendous amount of details that we gotta work out regardless of what we do. And at what point is the cutoff? At what point do we make the final decision? Because the parents have got, that if they care, if we go with the hybrid, they get.
Well, can we not come back in next week and see where the numbers are? I mean, can we not give to them tomorrow that our plan is, like Christina Beth said, virtual academy, going back September 8th, either face to face or hybrid, depending on if we're high, medium, or low? Because that's what I voted. That's what I thought we voted.
And I think that's pretty fair. I mean, the point of the motion is we know we can do 5 days a week, full day, in person. We know we can do that. We might not know how well to do a hybrid. So that's why we've got a plan for the hybrid in case the numbers stay high. But we have a full 7.5 weeks before September 8th. These numbers could do anything. They may just completely drop off, making this whole entire conversation irrelevant. But we've got to be proactive, and we've got to plan for the worst case scenario for our children and our teachers. And right now, our teachers are afraid, and many of our parents are afraid about coming back full-time, face-to-face, 5 days a week, in person. So I think that if we plan, and that was the point of the motion, was not that I'm against full-time, 5-day face-to-face. I hope we're there September 8th. I truly hope we're there. And every teacher who has taken time to email me has said, I truly want to be back face-to-face with my kids. They want to be back, but they're also scared, and they're not only scared for their health and their family's health, but they're scared for the children's health. And the last thing we need to do is be a headline that something happens to one of our teachers or our students under our watch because we did not plan appropriately. So I think we've got 7.5 weeks to see where the numbers are. We've got 7.5 weeks to see what the class sizes are going to look like in a 5-day full day. We've got 7.5 weeks to see what the sanitation stations, hand washing, and all of those measures that can be put in place. I mean, we almost have a full 9 weeks to do that. So I think we've got a lot of time, and I think that's good and shows good judgment on behalf of our board that, yeah, we want to go full-time face-to-face September. That's our goal. But if we can't get there because our numbers are really high, or we see that we can't do the sanitation we need to do, then we're still working on this hybrid plan that we can hit go on September 8th, then our kids aren't going to miss a beat. Because I've got to praise our administration sitting in the room right now, because Lexington 2 was ahead of the game when this crisis happened. We were ready for online. We might not have been ready to do it for a whole couple of months, but we were ready. And our teachers are ready. They're home right now doing these courses you've given them, because you are doing good planning. You're showing them how to do virtual stuff. So there's so many good things going on in Lexington too. So let's let that keep happening, and let's just all pray that the numbers drop in the state of South Carolina, or at least in Lexington County, by September 8th, and we can be full face to face. But let's plan, like the motion said, in the eventuality, if it doesn't happen that way, that we're ready to go with a hybrid plan for the safety of our kids and our teachers. That's all the motion is about.
I think that's it. We're planning on face to face, but we've got a hybrid if the numbers keep going up. That's what I hope about. We're giving everybody the best of everything we can get for the safety. But, so I think that's what you say is
That's my question, what I submitted.
well, I think you say our plan is a virtual academy, and we are planning face-to-face September 8th, but we also will have a hybrid plan ready to go as these numbers, if our numbers keep going up, if we can stay in the high range.
Well, that's the opposite of what she said. What she said is it would be virtual and hybrid, and only when we go face to face if the numbers don't.
And you got the motion.
Yes, sir.
Could you read the motion? I'm confused.
Lexington 2 adjust the calendar start date to September 8th. Offer virtual and hybrid, subject to change to 4 or 5 days if the numbers go down to moderate or low.
Yeah, that's it.
So the plan we mail in, because we don't just mail in a statement, we mail in the plan. What we're gonna do, the kids, the curriculum, all, what we will send in is the fact that we've got virtual, right now we got 1,400 whatever kids, and that hybrid plan that I submitted to the board last quarter, is what I'm hearing, that motion says. That's what this morning, and am I correct or incorrect? I'm just looking for clarification. But we got to send the whole plan rather than just say.
And what happens if it's just not because it was submitted in a face-to-face?
I'll call you on.
Or well, if they send it back, then we go face-to-face regardless. This was just, again.
And again, I think we'll be meeting again in 2 or 3 weeks that we can read.
Next week, we'll have
And we said at that point, based on the actual.
What if we get the waiver? When will we know when we get the waiver?
Hopefully we'll get that email for in the morning. I've tried to talk to Molly today. She was in meetings all day today, so.
And I don't know that I'm gonna have a plan written by tomorrow based on things tonight.
No, and I guess that's on me, because I let you let it, I'm thinking that the virtual was not pleased with the vote. I'm sorry. I've been on medication for 3 weeks.
If the face-to-face has classes 15 to 25, now with the hybrid, we're looking at 7 to 12 in classes. Correct?
There won't be any classes 7. We're hoping for 12, but basically what we're doing, if you remember that plan is, I asked Tony Sawyer to divide the district geographically, so you don't get children out of one household going at different times. And you would have a group of kids that come on Monday and Thursday, and a group of kids that come on Tuesday and Friday. Wednesday would be a virtual day, and they would go in that way. So you'd have 50%. So if you got a class that's got 25 in it, if everybody's there, it would have 12 one day and 13.
But that hybrid, that was based on all kids coming
Hybrid based on all kids coming. If you put the virtual in there, you pull 1,400.
Exactly. That's what the class is small.
Correct.
Another thing is I can, because we haven't talked a whole lot about the hybrid since last time we met, but a lot of our surrounding districts that have continued to talk about hybrid have gone to a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, based off of elementary school. So I would like to at least entertain conversations with the elementary principals to see what their thoughts are.
My thoughts on our hybrid, I'm gonna be honest with you, we started talking about that right off the bat, when we started talking about it, we got Miami-Dade's plan, we got Duval County plan, we got some plans on folks from out of the Midwest about plans to do that, and our idea was if you got kids on Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, and Friday, that gave us the greatest amount of contact in a hybrid setting. But most of the left here knew that we could not address the daycare situation, and that's what some we didn't govern. There's been talk for the last 2 weeks about the fact that school districts don't come back in face-to-face setting. So our issue was the fact that our teachers do know how to have face-to-face school. We can have face-to-face school in America for 160 years, but not under these circumstances. So understanding how to deal with the virus in a face-to-face setting has been our primary focus.
So we're coming.
Yeah, you can make a motion to consider or a motion.
Ms. Brown and Ms. Rucker and then Mr. Summers. Can I make a motion that we go with the plan that was presented tonight with the understanding if our numbers stay like they are or increase, then we change to a hybrid plan on September 8th.
My only problem with that is I think that it's harder to plan for the hybrid plan. So I feel like you've got to make that be your plan, because it's always easy to go back to just, hey, we're all showing up at school. I'd rather everybody go with the mindset that the numbers are going to stay where they are now, and then we can back off of that even 3 weeks from now if we have to. So I personally, wouldn't be in favor of any kind of friendly amendment to that motion, because I think it changes the entire motion.
I think our teachers are going to do 2 weeks of training for hybrid and then have them switch to face-to-face. And like an awful lot of teachers. And I make a motion that we table the whole thing till next week. We can't, because we've been planning tomorrow.
Well, I think at this point we already have a motion that did pass, so,
Well, we're still in a meeting, so a motion to reconsider, and if she wants to make that, can be done.
Linda, can you tell me one more time what you were saying?
Well, I just reverse the situation the way it is now. Yeah, I just want to, what I'm saying is I want them to do a hybrid plan. But I would rather the motion say, because I'm really worried about the childcare and the 70% of population that needs to be face to face because of childcare, is that it's just kind of changing the wording a little bit, that we go ahead with the plan presented, but if the numbers stay like they are as of today, September 8th, we will be offering the virtual academy and hybrid, that we are only going to do face-to-face is if the numbers are medium to low, so that we have all three ready, but it also covers the governor's face-to-face.
And perhaps maybe in 3 weeks, when we meet again, the first week of August for our back to school regular meeting, maybe we'll have better ideas of what the trajectory of our numbers are. And at that time, maybe we could reconsider it at that time. But I think in the next 3 weeks, it's really important for our district administration to be planning for that hybrid model to go forward, but based on today's numbers and the way the numbers have increased the entire summer.
Say that again. In 3 weeks,
I think we're meeting again. We usually meet the first Thursday in August, so that's like 3 weeks away. And I think at that time we'll have a better handle on what the numbers are closer to September 8th than they are today. Because right now we've just been trending since June, hitting record highs and all of that. And then maybe we'll go down between now and then. And at that time, maybe we have that other discussion. But for right now, I think it would be important for us to plan for the hybrid so that our administration can be concentrating their efforts on that. Because again, going all day, every day, full-time, 5 days a week, that's something that our teachers have been doing their entire career. So I don't know that that takes as much planning as does preparing for the hybrid model on the behalf of our administration, our district, everybody.
Well, I don't know that it's just the teachers that's got to plan it. You got administration, you got to figure out how these classes are going to work. So if we're saying hybrid, then they're going to create hybrid schedules for all these kids. And that's the way it'll go. If we say it's going to be face-to-face, they're going to create face-to-face schedules. So when you're saying hybrid, you're saying a lot, and you're telling them to start planning for the next 3 weeks and to start building schedules based on hybrid schedules. Yeah, that's not the teachers. This is guidance. This is administration trying to figure out how the schedules are going to work.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question? If you don't mind, I'm trying to sit here and listen to it. Didn't the government tell us that we have to have 5 days face-to-face? Yeah, that's
what I said. That's what Dr. James heard. But that's what Ms. Brandon is saying. That's not true.
So what I'm saying is that from my understanding, the governor made recommendations only. And it's also my understanding, because I watched it, that the state superintendent of education, whose department approves our plans, was not present and was not necessarily in favor of the way it was presented. I think she felt it was more important that each school district follow the advisement of the Accelerate Ed group, who were constituted to make recommendations for us, and left that in the hands of local school districts based upon each county and area's case numbers, because there's some districts that may not have high case numbers. They're in a different boat than we are. We're skyrocketing. So,
question. I'm trying to learn. Who's got the authority? Molly or Henry? Do we know? Does the governor or the superintendent have the final authority to tell us what we got to do? Does anybody know the answer to that? I sure don't.
which is why it might be even better for us to wait a couple of weeks to see where this lands.
Can't wait. Well, it's going to be proposed tomorrow.
So if we're at this point, don't know, then why can't we say we will go September 8th, we can plan to go back 5 days a week, unless the numbers are still in the high category. And if they're in the high category, we will start back virtually until the numbers go to low, and then we can move at that time to 5 days, so that we're only planning for virtual or 5 days.
You want to make that in the form of a motion?
Well, I mean, I was told earlier we didn't have the option to go back virtually, until the numbers went down. So that's why I agreed to the motion, because I thought we had to have some face-to-face, and the hybrid would have the kids at least 2 days a week in school. So I thought that was the only option.
No, the option from the governor is not a 2-day hybrid. That doesn't meet what he's saying. He's saying 5 days. But the motion right now is we go back hybrid, which doesn't mean what he says is something different.
And again, and I heard Jake, I think in the room, and I don't want to go back to law school on this, but the governor did not issue an executive order. I'm not sure, by the way, that if he had issued an executive order ordering the entire state to do something, that it would have been enforceable, but that's for the Attorney General to decide. But what I am sure is that he made recommendations. And we as a district need to listen to the people who we are charged to take care of and try to make the best decisions for the people in our district. Not the entire state of South Carolina, our district. So that's why I think the motion needs to stand, because again, there isn't a lot of planning that has to take place to go 5 days in person, face to face. From what I understand, those schedules have already been set for all the children. They should have been by this point anyway. They can pick that up and put that back in place. But what will take a little bit of planning is if we're going to go with a hybrid. That will take some planning. So all I'm saying is, I think it's easier to flip from we planned for hybrid, but now we can face to face because the numbers go down. Yay, we're all happy. We all want to go full time. Again, I will say that. But I'm talking about purely from a planning perspective.
Yeah, but if we're saying that, what I'm saying now is what I would have liked to have seen, but I don't know where everybody, if everybody can weigh in again. If we're planning for 2 things, we can plan for a virtual start if the numbers stay high, and we can plan for what we've already said, the face-to-face 5-day face-to-face. If the numbers are medium to low. So I just want to hear, if we are, then that would just be what they had already been working towards anyway, and could be a good option if the plan gets approved. And if it's not approved, then we could come back together and have further discussion then. I just feel like this conversation is going, it just needs to be reeled in, and it somehow it changed, I feel, from the beginning to when we made the motion to now. So if everybody could weigh in one more time, I would like to hear, if you're willing to, let us know where everyone stands right now on this, and if we need to, make a new motion or what, from here. But I feel like it took a turn a few times along this, 3 hours. So I just want to, this is a big deal, and I don't care how long it takes. I mean, I'll stay here another 3 hours, but I just want to make sure we're all clear on what we're saying, and the district is clear, and the dates are clear when we leave the meeting tonight, knowing we will meet again, because just like from day one when this started, every day something changes. So we're going to have to meet again. So that's what I would like to ask, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
The only thing I'd like to say, Mr. Bang, if I can, before y'all do that, is Ms. Branham is right. If there's going to be any plan for a hybrid, that is going to take more time to prepare for than the other. From transportation standpoint, to trying to balance classrooms, to all of that. So I just want to throw that out there before y'all start your discussion.
Bruce, if you spent 3 weeks doing that and then you decide to go to 5 days face-to-face, how would you feel about that, spending all that time in 3 weeks and then going to face-to-face?
Certainly we'll do whatever the board.
Well, the issue with the flipping was government. The idea of 5 days face-to-face to 5 days face-to-face has some legitimacy, but the issue is the fact that kids are going to have to be in self-contained classrooms with their teachers. They're going to have to have lunch and breakfast in their classrooms. They're going to go out to other classes or music, PE, exploratory courses. They're going to be in that class. So they're in-service days, not using any instructional pieces with in-service days, to use them for standard operating procedure days. Because dealing with virus, whatever way we come back with people in the building, it's gonna take lots of time. And there are lots of things you're going to adjust. You talk about, if a kid doesn't have a mask on, is that a discipline problem or not? So, call your mom, what am I gonna do with you if I think you got a big, who do I contact? There's a lot of, you put people in the building, the daily operating procedures are different. What you put in the building, 2 days a week, 5 days a week, 7 days. That's the fault.
And we're going to deal with this conversation a little bit more. I think we should just go strictly virtual.
Oh, but you don't.
We need to take a break for a few minutes.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5 or 7 minute recess, just to give people a chance to stand up and see if you're free and have.
No, I got plenty of bill, I'm fixing to get scared. I'm gonna get some major bill. No, it's just bill. Are you gonna be?
But I get you a magic charger.
Yes, yes.
That's right. He has not issued an executive order yet. Question, I still got this. Molly's an elected official. Hey, does Henry have a? We're still on a meeting. I'm voting today. Yes, sir. Very good.
All right, I understand we're back live with this, so we're ready to resume discussion. Christina, Bud, I mean, we're trying to make sure everybody's back with us.
Hey, Christina's here.
Okay.
Beth's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Well, let's resume discussion. We were talking about what we want to do, what plan are they going to submit to the state farm.
Mr. Chair, I got a comment, going back to what Ms. Rucker was just speaking of. She was asking to kind of get a feel from the other board members. I'm comfortable with the motion that was put forward. I think it gives us some flexibility, direction as well. Hearing also the comments from our council on the even the concerns about basically, I guess, who has authority, the governor or the superintendent of education. If those are questions that need to be answered, I know that our administration could follow up on those and give us some clarity in that regard. But I feel like moving forward, this plan would be and could be adjusted accordingly, with the matter of us just simply calling another or having another call meeting, hopefully one that more of us could attend in person, and so we could communicate better. But that could be handled pretty well. But I'm comfortable with the motion that was on the floor, and I say the motion that was on the floor, the motion that was approved, that was presented earlier.
Mr. Bingham, I'd like to, since I was the maker of the motion, I'd like to stick with the motion. We usually don't continue to have long conversations about a motion after it's been passed, but I understand that this is different times, but I still feel very strongly about allowing the district. We've heard from Dr. Brooks that they do need time if they're going to do a hybrid to be able to plan for that. That's the purpose of my motion. Again, I'll state, nobody will be happier than me if the numbers go down and we get back face to face in September. We've got to be able to give our administration time to plan.
Again, I'll say I am not in favor of the hybrid plan, but I agree that we have to have a plan in place for us to go that way. But with the understanding that we will get back together very soon, and with all 7 of us here, so we can talk in person and be able to understand each other. And hopefully the numbers will be down and we'll be able to get face to face September 8th.
Does that answer you, Christina? I can't hear you. Christina, we're not hearing you.
Very sorry about that. So I just wanted to give us an opportunity after all of this conversation and how I felt a few different directions. If anybody feels very strongly against it, I would just like to know why now instead of, tomorrow or whenever. This is our time to get this right as a district, and I just want to make sure we are taking the time, even though I know it has been a long time, to get this right. And if somebody, I'm ready for September 8th for our kids to go back 5 week. I would love to see that happen. I'd love for the numbers to go way down and that happen and our kids go back. But I felt like it was important to have another plan for if the numbers were high, to have another way to start until they go down enough to do 5 days. So if I'm way out, if anybody is way off from what I'm thinking, I would just like to know if they're willing to voice that tonight.
I'm not understanding what the hybrid does since we are offering full virtual. The purpose of the full virtual was to lower the numbers so that we could offer 5 days, so that the daycare would not be a problem.
Okay, so
we are going with full virtual. I don't understand what's the purpose of the hybrid because we were already scheduling lower class numbers to meet social distancing guidelines and be able to do it 5 days a week.
okay, if
you're not gonna, if you're gonna go hybrid, I don't get what's the difference. If you can go 2 days with them in there, what's the difference in going 5?
Okay, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. So what I was thinking with that was hybrid would allow us to spread out further to meet all the social distancing guidelines. But if we're saying with the virtual academy that we can fully social distance if the numbers are high, then that's what I need to know. I don't know that right now. So I thought there would be another plan in place to further to keep people more separate if the numbers were high. That was the purpose behind what I've been saying.
And you're right.
The hybrid plan, there was, at that time, there was no full-time virtual along with the hybrid. It was going to be either all virtual or either all hybrid. And that's the way they were lowering the numbers was by making a hybrid plan. Now that we're pulling out all virtual, and that's an option, then you're talking about a hybrid plan. I don't know how low you're going to want the numbers. I mean, you can't have just 7 or 8 in a classroom. That's not functional.
Actually, Mr. Bam, I think that our kids can benefit from having class sizes that small, so that the ones who actually are in attendance will benefit from having smaller class sizes. And on top of that, I mean, I know this is not taking into consideration any high school students that would choose all virtual, but I think I asked a question today, and it looks to me as if we have 176 total class sections at our high schools that have more than 25 kids sitting in them. So if we go hybrid, then you're going to have 14 kids sitting in that classroom instead of 25 or 26. So you will have the virtual, they're out, and you're just going to have less kids. You're still getting the instruction. And I think it really will help those children who are going to need the additional help to have much smaller classes. And it puts our teachers less at risk, including our kids. So that's why I made the motion. Let's try to go forward with it. And I'd like for us to move along if we can. I mean, I can't even call the question at this point, other than maybe I make a point of order. There's been a motion, it's been seconded, it got passed 4-3. I think that our plan right now, as it sits from what I understand of the vote, is that we would take it to where, let's tell our district staff, y'all are doing a great job. Please keep planning that virtual half and half hybrid schedule that you're doing. Please keep going forward with the virtual online. That's great what you're doing. We're just saying, please continue this path for 3 more weeks, and let's get back together and check the numbers. And then we might change and say, hey, we can go face to face if they're down. But right now, they're not.
Christina?
I was hoping for more discussion, but I mean, I'm good. If the motion was made and,
Well, the motion is made, and that's the way it currently stands. Anybody that wants to try to change it, if you voted for that motion and you want to modify it, you have the right to modify it.
Christina, I'm not trying to cut you off. If you have more questions, I certainly don't want to cut you off because I know we all need to know some information. So please forgive me if you feel like I'm cutting you off because I know this is tough decision making. I just want to make sure our teachers and our administrators have time to plan. If in fact it does look like we have to go with a hybrid model, which we obviously hope we don't, but we need to at least plan that way is one thing about it. And I think what Mr. Bingham's probably trying to tell you is that in order to change the motion that's already been passed, it has to be one of the four who voted for it to make a motion, a different motion or motion to reconsider.
So if I made a motion to reconsider, it would just further the conversation, but that's what we're doing here. So I didn't know how to make the
You
first.
can motion to reconsider, yes, that's one motion, and then we can reconsider, or you can make a substitute motion, but which will be part of a motion to reconsider. If you want to change it to something else.
Or we could wait about 3 weeks when we're all hopefully in person, face to face, and we can discuss this even more, but at least have given administration a chance to move forward with plans they're already making and they've been making since they presented it to us in June.
Well, they got to submit something to the State Department. So based on what the motion is right now, what they would submit to the State Department is that we're going to start with a virtual option and a hybrid option. If that's where the motion stands.
The motion said a hybrid option unless the numbers dropped to medium or low, and then we would go face to face 5 days. I would like to make a motion to reconsider so that if anybody has anything else to discuss, we can do that.
All right, we have a motion to reconsider. Do I have a second?
So,
We have a second. So, okay, it's back open on the floor again.
Mr. Big, I'm gonna ask for a point of order if you could check Robert's rules. Does the second also have to come from one of the people who voted for the motion?
I don't think it does, but, is there a second from anybody who made it? Jake, do you know?
I do not know. My gut feeling would be that anyone is free to make a motion and second it, then you would have discussion, then you would have to vote on the motion to reconsider. Just because a motion is debated to reconsider does not put it back to the floor. I do think that anyone is free to make a motion, anyone is free to second that motion. That's for discussion. Then you have to vote. Then you have to have a majority to have a reconsideration. And unless there's a reconsideration voted on, and there's a substitute on the floor to either withdraw it or to modify it, then it continues to stay. So it's going to take a majority to change it. But I do think that anyone can make a motion, anyone can second, but it takes a majority vote in order to have the motion for reconsideration approved, and it has to pass for you basically to the motion to reconsider.
Got it? So we need to take a vote.
Vote on what we reconsider.
So you have a motion to, and a second to reconsider. And, so all those in favor to reconsider signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
No, you don't want to reconsider. All right, well, the motion to reconsider passes 4-3. So now it's back on the table.
I just wanted to give anybody else the opportunity to further the discussion. I just want to hear if anyone had a better idea for if the numbers are high on September 8th, what is the plan? If we think we can fully social distance with 5 days a week, then I would like to know that.
I can say the last meeting, I was in favor of, it doesn't stay on.
David said it cuts off that.
At the last meeting, I was ready to support the project. Because I want everyone to get alternative, that would give us space for our children students. When we've gotten emails, and I know everyone's gotten a slew of emails and contacts during the week, I'm hearing that they're requesting basically just the tools, because they don't want to be in direct contact with students, and they don't want the students to be in contact with other students and take the risk of getting. We haven't looked at that process. Tonight, we heard the governor's request yesterday. It wasn't a mandate, but it was a request. We're strong with that, and who knows when that will change to mandatory. Tonight, we heard face to face. I want our students back in school. I want them learning and having optional maximum time in education. They've already lost enough time. And I was very impressed with what we heard tonight on face-to-face education, provided that the numbers go down. I'm perplexed by something you said, and it certainly took a leap that I was not expecting, and still I'm surprised about. But I just think we should not look and be so close mind about coming face to face, all so that distancing can be observed, requiring face to face, considering the virtual education academy that we're going to have, and say it's the best way to go. And I'm just really surprised.
It is the best, yeah, and I agree, it is the best way to go, but if the numbers were high, would we still want to go back 5 days a week, face to face on September 8th?
If they're high, we would go virtual, I would imagine.
Well, that's what I had said from the beginning, and I was told that's not an option. That's why I wanted to open it back up.
If the numbers stay high, the governor's going to see to that we have that option. Surely. If they keep extending the start of school because the numbers are going up, if they continue to go up, certainly they're going to come back with the plan that we're going to have virtual education this year. Common sense tells me that, but maybe not common sense. But if the numbers keep going up, I would think that we're going to have a higher power telling us, mandating that we go to virtual education.
And that's all.
Maybe that we would go face to face only with the numbers reducing, and I don't think anybody here would think anything less than that. That's my take.
And I agree. I think we should go face to face if the numbers go down.
That's my point.
And the motion contemplates that. It does contemplate that. It just allows for the district to plan a hybrid in case they don't.
And now are we saying that a hybrid is better than a virtual start if the numbers stay high? That's where I'm kind of hung up.
In the hybrid situation, we have a group, half of the kids come on Monday, K-12. Half some kids virtual. And then for the high school, we already built in 60% for, I just want to. I don't believe you're confused, I'll let that.
So if we're going to hire, why would we not do virtual all the way?
I mean, I don't know, if you're not able to go back to school because it's so bad, then why are you gonna go even higher?
From the beginning, my vote was the 5-day face-to-face, and if the numbers were high, we would start virtual. So if we're saying that's a given and that's what we're saying, then that's what I wanted that's what I thought was the best plan from the beginning, and that's what I still think is the best plan.
Is that what we're not saying?
Oh, we're gonna
If the numbers go higher, we're gonna have a choice in the matter. I think board will be taking out every school district, now that's just a thinking, but I don't see if the numbers go higher, they're already putting school back to start 3 weeks later because the numbers are high. If they go higher, I can't see and say, well, yes, y'all just go on to school. I don't see it. At that time, we're gonna dictate virtual school. But that's just my thought.
Teachers trained for that and they're ready for that. So we're ready for virtual. We're ready for 5-day face-to-face. So I think that's
what we're looking for is the busing situation and the scheduling. There's a lot of work that they're gonna have to do between now and then to be ready for the face-to-face and to be ready for virtual. There's a lot more to do for virtual.
I would say we plan for virtual and we plan for 5-day face-to-face. And then we'll start one way or the other on September 8th. Please take, sorry.
I agree with 50% of the budget. And but it's all, and we really part of it.
Ms. Rucker, and I want to make sure that everybody hears your message, or that everybody understands what you're saying, because I might be in favor of what you're saying, is that if our numbers are where they are right now, or they're still high or medium, everybody goes here virtual to start on September 8th. That's what you're saying. Make sure they understand what you're saying, because I think that's what you're saying, right? That if the numbers are where they are now, high or medium, you want to start everybody virtual, not just have a virtual option, right?
If they go higher. If they go higher.
My understanding is that we are currently in a high category, correct?
Yes.
So what you're saying, Christine, is if they stay like they are on September 8th, the entire district goes virtual until they go down to medium. Then we go 5 days a week. Is that what you're saying?
What I was saying.
I think that's what you need a clarification on.
Yeah, because I don't think that's what everybody's hearing per se. I think they're thinking in their minds that we've got this virtual option already going and we're going to go 5 days. And I don't think that's what she's really intending. I think that she's intending, not if the numbers go higher than where they are right now, but if they stay medium or high where they are right now, that we would go virtual.
And the
Right now.
100% virtual.
if the numbers stay in the high category or go higher.
We go 100% virtual along with the virtual academy.
Virtual academy always stays separate. They have a deadline that
The academy stays separate, the rest, everybody else will go virtual until we go to the numbers drop, then we'll go face to face.
that's what I'm saying.
5 days a week, okay.
And understand, I mean, Cindy, I feel like that's what you were saying too. We would go, the plan was to go back face to face 5 days, and you're saying if the numbers stay high or go higher, that it would be a given, we would go back virtual.
That's what I think.
All right? What do we want to do?
I say we stick with our plan, with the motion that was passed. It gives us another option to plan for, and then to be flexible from this point on, and not to get more concrete information, so we're not thinking about or assuming anything, that we have some more direct, correct information to put on the table.
I agree.
Okay, so let's say we stick with the hybrid as if the numbers stay high or go higher, we go back hybrid, and then as the numbers drop, the medium or low, we go 5 days face to face. Does anyone thinking that would not, I mean, I feel like not everybody's weighing in on this. I don't know if hybrid is only gonna possibly be for a short amount of time, you know, why would we be against it? And if we feel like if the numbers stay higher, go higher, that we actually should be virtual, then why would we even entertain the hybrid? So I kind of want, if there could be more discussion around that, that would be helpful.
Well, I think that is what the district's plan was, is that we would plan an all virtual with a full-time face-to-face option. And in the event that we can't go to school September 8th because things are so high, we would have to be an all virtual option.
I think that would exist even if we have a hybrid option planned. If things got so bad that couldn't go back hybrid, then I think that is going to be the way anyway. Everybody would go back virtual. So that's my whole point, is I think we know how to do the virtual. We know how to go back face to face 5 days a week. The thing they need the planning for is if we're going to try to do this hybrid at all.
And Beth, can you tell me where you think we would use, in what scenario would we use the hybrid?
I think we would use the hybrid as of right now, we go back September 8th. If where we are or lower, I think we all start back hybrid at that point. And when they get low, I think we go back full force face to face. I mean, I'm just talking out of my head right now. I mean, I'm hoping that once the administration is kind of hearing our conversation, that they can kind of take what they're hearing and bring us back something that they think would work as well. But I feel like if the numbers are so high that everybody says we can't go, we're going to go virtual anyway, and we know how to do that.
Do we know the date for the plan to be presented from the district?
Say that again, Christina.
Do we know the date that the plan has to be submitted by the district?
Tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
It was due tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We have submitted a request to waive that because we wanted to get the board further on how we were going to open back up. We didn't want to see the plan not approved by the board.
So if it's due tomorrow at 12
So
o'clock,
if the board votes tonight, whatever, then we'll send tomorrow that whatever the board votes on tonight with our plan.
but we can't fully put together a hybrid plan by noon tomorrow.
Well, we submitted one last board meeting, Christine, and we left here. I guess that was my misunderstanding. We left here with the impression that it was not approved by the board and that wasn't what the board wanted. So we'll just submit what I didn't send to the State Department tomorrow, if that's what you all vote for, what I gave you at last board.
And then at any time, we can decide to change that to 5-day face-to-face.
I'm assuming we would have to submit that. I don't know. We've never submitted an opening plan before. So basically what we know is we're supposed to put something in tomorrow and it'll be approved or disapproved. We've asked for whatever you all vote on tonight, that's what we'll send in tomorrow.
But I don't want to submit hybrid and then want to go back in a couple weeks from now, 5 days face-to-face and not have that opportunity.
I think we can always amend our plans. We can always amend. We can even get an extension on when the plan is due, from what I understand. So again, I think if we go with the motion that we've already done, then we at least have that option still there. And if the numbers are exploding September 8th, we can always meet again and say, hey guys, this isn't safe. We're gonna not go back to the time, we're gonna do full-time virtual. I think we can amend our plan based on what the numbers are at that time, but at least the district will be able to plan for more than one contingency or two contingencies.
James just said in June, they had planned for and presented a hybrid plan, and since then they have planned for face-to-face 5 days in virtual academy. So in reality, we have plans for all three scenarios for the most part. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
But then you heard Dr. Brooks say that they would need time if we're going to approve a hybrid to get that ready. So,
Well, it takes a long time for each one of those, because the first thing is the changing the bus route. The hybrid plan was divide the district geographically into 50% of the student population, whether they actually rode the bus or not, so you didn't have children at one household attending on different days. And then to accommodate the one child per seat. If you came back virtually, you still have to divide the district by 3 elementary routes, 2 middle and 2 high. So there's, Brown is right, there's a lot of things that are moving parts, lunches, all of those things that we normally take for granted are going to be the detail as to whatever plan for you.
When you've got the hybrid plan in between the others, then you're putting the district and the district employees, they're having to plan 3 different complete miles. They got to do 3 different sets of bus routes. They got to, everything changes whenever you say, go this way or go that way. And even if they get an extension, I don't know the extension is going to be for 3 more weeks until we meet again. And we may need to give them another day in order to prepare the plan. But it's not going to be the wait until August to submit the plan.
and again, I think if we go with the motion, I think still if the numbers go crazy, Ms. Rucker, I think that we can always come back and say, hey, we don't feel safe to open. And I think this board is responsible enough to do that. So all I'm doing is just saying, let's give them some time to go with the hybrid. That, by the way, until I got an email at about 5:15 or something sometime tonight. This board member wasn't told by anybody at district office that we were now going to full day. I kind of surmised it from the governor's press conference, but I don't think this board was expecting or told anything other than we're moving forward with the hybrid. So I'm just trying to make a motion that we go with what we've been told we're going to do. And if we're going to meet again in a couple weeks, let's reevaluate, let's see what the numbers are. And again, try to go all day, full day if we can. And if they go crazy, we can always try to punt and go back and then say, hey, let's don't go at all. Let's go straight virtual, everyone, until the numbers go down.
I want to go back 5 days face to face as quickly and safely as we can. So I don't want to tie our hands with a plan that is not going to allow us to do that when the time is right. So I don't want to make a decision tonight that's going to tie our hands weeks down the road whenever we determine that the numbers have gone way down and we're ready to go back face to face. I don't want to have to, that's where I'm unclear now. So if we submit the plan for hybrid, and can the plan clearly say that we will, as the numbers go down, the medium or low, we will go back 5 days face to face. I don't want to get to the point where we have submitted something that we can't go 5 days face to face whenever the time is right for that.
I know, I really appreciate that, because I know your heart's in the right place on this, number. And I think I made that. I think that was part of the motion. Dennett, can you please reread the motion? Because I swear I think you had in there as long as we're prior medium. I think it's in the motion.
Motion did say that, but now we're talking about submitting this plan, and we have to submit one plan, and we're talking about submitting hybrid.
Well, we can submit the plan to say we're going to start hybrid and go full face-to-face as soon as the numbers go down to, below. I think that's part of the plan. We're not saying let's do hybrid all school year. We're just saying start right now for hybrid so we can plan for it. And then when the numbers go down, full-time face-to-face. I think that's, I agree with you.
Okay. All right. I'm good unless anybody else wants to weigh in.
What I understand is we're going to commit to the State Department of Education, our high, and with some sort of notation on there that our board would like to go face to face if the numbers drop to the PTAC range, which means that the face to face is a tremendous drop. So that's what I think. I mean, but I'm going to tell you, I did propose that plan, and I think it's a good plan. But I left here, as did every member of this cabinet. There's all smart people, myself not included, that felt like this board said no. So we didn't just go out and start to dream up another plan and create work for ourselves. Our impression is the board did support what we recommended, and there wasn't any vote on. So I want that clear that we aren't coming back to the board with wishy-washy ideas. Our idea, if you go back and look at the board meeting, our idea was shot down pretty clearly at the board. So we felt like we gave our best effort, and it didn't work. So we came up with what we thought we heard.
And thank you, Dr. James. That's why we appreciate your expertise. And I think since that board meeting, our numbers have gone up instead of down. But I do appreciate it. It was your recommendation. I'm just trying to see if we can't just stick with it. And I don't mind even, maybe we should word and that goes to the State Department to say, it is the goal and intention of Lexington School District 2 to have 5 day, full day, face-to-face instruction. And we realize that's important for our children. However, in light of the current numbers in the state of South Carolina, we have a very big concern about the health and safety and welfare of our teachers, our children, our staff, and our building and our district office administrators. Therefore, we're planning to start school at this point on September 8th with a hybrid model, as has been recommended. And then y'all figure out the details of that, understanding that when our numbers drop, that Lexington plans to go full day, 5 days face to face. I think that's what everybody ultimately wants. We just want to do it safely. And I think we word it that way, we can take care of any other, questions the State Department might have about it.
We can get it in the state law. We just want to make sure we understand what it is that we're seeing. We can do it.
Shane, this could have been done at the last meeting.
We have a motion and a second. So we voted it back up for reconsideration. So the motion is to submit the plan to the State Department. We will delay school until September the 8th for start. And that the plan will basically include an all-time virtual option and a hybrid option. And it will be no face-to-face until the CDC guideline or the state DIC guideline goes to low for a full face-to-face option.
Yes.
So all those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
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 That's three. All those opposed signify by saying likewise. You said aye.
I voted aye.
So that you voted again?
Christina voted no.
Christina, did you vote? You voted for the motion, correct?
Christina voted for the motion, so did Bud.
Okay, motion passes. Now goes the question, what about starting high school sports? That's the second question. That was the whole thing. Where we got into it is they want to start on Monday. They do not want to tell them no without the board weighing in because he knows that people will be contacted board to complain about not getting the start. So he wants to know.
Well, we are starting September 8th, schools with social distancing one way or another. So, unless the numbers are so high that we're made mandatory to go virtual. So, it seems like sports would start with the same restrictions that they would social distance and follow all the guidelines.
Well, I understand, but we're in high right here. So they're wanting to start Monday doing their workout practices and stuff.
Mr. Van, were they still doing because at one point I thought they were doing some kind of conditioning thing where the coach met with like 9 kids and they socially distanced. They weren't the gators that Dr. James got them, which was awesome. And they were staying apart and having like kind of what we're talking about with a hybrid model. They're still conditioning, you get used to the weather and the heat and all that, but they were limited for right now.
They were doing that, but then they stopped because the numbers started going up. But now they're wanting to resume, but the numbers are even higher than when they stopped.
I mean, they're wanting to start Monday the 20th.
They're wanting to resume the practices or the workouts or whatever you call them on Monday.
Mr. Chair, when the decision was made to stop, was that Dr. James, was that you and the ADs that made the decision?
Basically, Mr. Eisenhower and I talked. Mr. Eisenhower talked to the AD. Don told you just a little while ago, they they make the decision to keep us from making it. So that was Kurt and Rusty with the knowledge that the numbers were going up, and if they kept getting out of control, we probably would stop.
And so the recommendation.
They give a notice on August the 10th, whether or not they can start practice on August the 17th. But they can't have the workouts at this point in time if they have no more than 10 people in any one venue. But we've stopped it as did other districts around here. But they won't start back Monday. My concern, I'm sure the board has an opportunity to weigh in because it seems contradictory.
Well, I certainly.
So what was?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just certainly wouldn't be in favor of anything being mandatory at this time. I mean, again, that's a personal choice for a student or family, all that. I mean, I can't. So, like, I mean, I'm interested to hear the discussion, but if this board chose to allow it to continue to go back with the masks, definitely with social distancing, with the 9 people, just the conditioning, staying 6 feet apart, all that. I just don't want any child to be punished or like lose any kind of time or anything from their coaches because they didn't feel safe from conditioning.
So Dr. James, then turning that, to this next request that was made, then is that the recommendation that they be allowed to start back?
No, I didn't make a recommendation. I asked the board's opinion because what sometimes, we might as well just cut the chase. You and I both know that if I tell them no, they're going to wait, you all are going to get off. And so I figured we might as well just get the answer before we make any decision whatsoever. Now I think that there's a risk there, or if somebody gets sick. I spend a lot of time around football, and I know that that's important for coaches to get their kids there, but I'm not sure of what you get out of having 9 kids that you can't do any real freedom with other than lifting some weights and doing some running. I don't know that that's a good trade-off of possibility of getting sick. But I also know that that's something that's going to come to you all sooner or later, so we might as well get it done now.
Is this? Let me ask you: how are we tracking just with any of the athletes involved in fall sports during this off time? Are our coaches communicating just similar to what we would have done when in the classroom? Or are they communicating with the athletes to see that they've been continuing some type of routine, exercise routines that maybe the coaches would have, coaching staff would have given them? Has there been any of that going on? Do you know of?
Well, I can't tell you whether it has been or not. What I can tell you is it should have been because both athletic directors, neither of them teach. So their whole function is to be the administrator of the athletic program. So keeping in touch with the kids would have been one part of that because that was one of our directives, and that's one of the things right now that the state's looking at is that we had about 8,000 kids that seem to have not had contact over the time we were out. So I would have hoped that, but I can't tell you with 100% honesty that they did.
Well, yeah, I would hope that they would have, and if they hadn't, that there would be encouragement or direction to do that. So regardless of what decision is made tonight regarding this, that there would be, I was told, years and years ago, you better be running, you better be conditioning throughout the summer, and there was ways in those early days to find out who had been and who had not been. But with all the advantages that most youth have today that they can communicate other than, like I say, with their coaches in ways that they can track their progress or what they're doing. But I would hope that we're doing that, Dr. James.
Dr. James, oh, I'm sorry. Dr. James, I think you and Don coached football or something. I don't know. I feel like I read in an online article from high school league interview or something that the purpose of even having started that just conditioning only was to get the kids acclimated to the heat that they would have to be enduring once their season started. I mean, is that, I don't know, is that something that is important, or maybe that's why kids at the time was better? I don't know.
Well, the high school league is basically left to every district. They haven't taken a step one way or the other to say, yes, you got to do it, or no, you can't do it. They've left that to districts. Now, what the high school league does have ruling on is temperature, and back a long time ago, they talked about acclimating to the heat. Now they talk about what the wet bulb temperature is, how high the humidity is, how high the temperature actually is, whether or not kids can be out on the field or participate. So acclimation to the heat is not the issue. I'm assuming that the high school league would allow them to do some sort of activities just to be in touch with kids and have kids going through basic kinds of drills. But like Don said, they can't wear a helmet, they can't wear pads, they can't go in the locker room, they can't have lockers, they can't make contact. So, the question I'm having trouble with is that we're taking the risk of kids being sick, and is that consistent with what the board was talking about in opening school? Because I don't want Ms. Bingham asked early on, about 2 hours ago, was football driving the train, and I love football and I coach football, but I don't want that to be the perception of football driving the train, because that's only one part of school, and it's not the part that we pride ourselves on, teaching kids and educating kids. So I'm just looking for some direction.
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of lost for words in how to put this in, but majority of the board voted for the hybrid because I suppose they feel that there'd be more distancing of our students in the hybrid than including face-to-face, even though we're going to have the virtual school academy, which will take a number of the students out to allow us to have smaller classes. And what I'm hearing is the size of the classes will be about the same in both situations, face-to-face and hybrid. But since the majority of the board supported doing the hybrid because it's going to be less students and increase the ability to space those kids out, I can't understand why the same board are not supporting enough to start sports this week when you're going to have all those kids put together, and there doesn't seem to be much concern about distancing. I don't understand the consistency or the inconsistency in this, in answering this question. I really do not.
My understanding is that social distancing with the conditioning. So if that's not the case, then we can't do it.
I agree with that. And also, not only is it different that attendance at school, however they're going to attend, is compulsory, and playing sports isn't compulsory. It's a choice. So if a parent and a student choose to examine the safety precautions themselves, they're comfortable with the 9 students and the 1 coach and the wearing of the mask. I mean, I think masks have to be a rule, period, if we decide to do this.
I will say, as far as mask, the heat has been terrible, and I do have concerns about, I do think we have to definitely social distancing, but when you're conditioning in the 100-degree heat, you can't necessarily wear a mask to do that. So if it's too hot for that, and this is tough, because if you're saying these kids are going to be playing a game on September 11th or whatever it is, they have to be getting ready to be in this heat and I feel like that date would hopefully move out, but I mean, you got two things. You don't want them to get sick, but you also don't want them falling out over the heat when they haven't been out. So, I mean, if we're gonna have a discussion about this, I wanna discuss everything about it and not just, you know, a few points. I mean, we've got a virus, we've got heat, we've got apparently a date for the first game. So what do we do with that?
I don't know if we have a date certain for the first game. I think they said that it won't start before that.
And I would be fine delaying some amount of time, but I don't want to delay it if the dates of the games aren't going to change, because they have to prepare to play if they're going to play.
It's important.
But Dr. James, so back to my first question, so are the 9 kids, 1 coach thing still, that's still in place, or are they letting, is high school league saying kids can like go pull out pads and all that kind of stuff? What's the high school league rule on it?
High school league has said that there can only be 10 individuals in a venue. So you could have a coach and 9 kids in a gym or in a weight room or on a field. You couldn't have more than that. You've got to have at least 6 feet distance. They have to wear some sort of face covering unless the activity that they're doing would restrict their breathing, like running. You wouldn't have to wear a face covering to run. Coaches and adults would have to wear a face covering at all times. They can't use the locker room, can't go into the locker room, they can't have a lock. Basically, they can come, go into some venue, do some kind of activity, and they leave. They don't change clothes there. They can't wear a helmet, they can't wear a uniform, pads, you know.
I don't remember the particulars, but there was a phase 1 that they had to adhere to for so many days, or so, I think.
We never got through phase 1. Nobody got through phase 1. The high school league has said regular practice can start August the 17th tentatively, but they're going to review that August the 10th.
And it just says it's hard to receive. It doesn't specify if it's condition or it's sports.
Would it be something the board, because, you know, basically I'm just trying to get a feel from the board. I don't want to turn into an all-night affair. Y'all want that, nor do I. What if we looked at allowing it on the 27th of July if the numbers are no worse than they are? If they're worse, then we'll put it out another week.
I'd be fine with that, Dr. James, with the precautions that you mentioned already, and also with the instruction to coaches that we're not going to penalize students who did not feel comfortable coming back out yet. We can't penalize kids, you know?
They can't do that, and I'm glad to hear that, because you'll have some kids that won't play in the fall that I'm sure their parents would. I wouldn't send mine back. I played and I coached, but I wouldn't send mine back.
So Dr. James, you're saying we can reevaluate in a week from now?
The 27th, and at 27th, if the numbers are no worse than they go back to where they were in phase 1 with the pieces in place that they had, and not punish or kids by not allowing them playing time or whatever if they don't come. It's a volunteer kind of thing, not a mandatory. But if the numbers are higher than they are now, I'm going to be quite honest with you, I think we ought to push it out another week and see what happens. Again, the only thing that I've got to guide me is whether or not I would send my child. And if this is happened with Jackson High School, I would not let William County play.
It does say that they're going to allow this athletes 2 weeks of prep time.
It says what? I'm sorry, Cindy, I didn't hear that.
You can allow schools 2 weeks of prep time to prepare for an anticipated start should the date be delayed, starting on the 17th.
So that's like that 2 a day down in practice.
Yes. For what that means.
Would we say that practices don't, start until numbers start trending down, or that they just don't go up?
It says on August the 10th that the high school league will determine by August the 17th the start date. And that's it. Then on the next bullet, it says this would allow schools at least 2 weeks of prep time to prepare for an anticipated start should the date be delayed.
Okay.
So we're going with the 27th.
And plan on and if something happens that gets worse, then we'll hold off another week and reevaluate.
What we can do when we get football season, and they're not in school, and we're doing either all virtual or hybrid, and the high school league says football season starts. I'm asking the board. I'm trying to get everybody to think about it before we get there.
Well, I'm
saying when we get there, we'll got to do whatever the rest of the high school league says, but I'm trying to somewhat disingenuous to say we can't go to school before we play football.
Well, the hybrid, again, the hybrid gives us an option, or at least they are giving some face-to-face if the numbers are so high. And that's the way that I am looking at it. The football thing, I think we're just gonna have to wait till the high school league season. If they're playing full football, I would imagine we're gonna be face-to-face 5 days a week. And that's what I hope. I hope the numbers go down and we're face-to-face 5 days a week, September 8th. I'm glad we'll have another plan, so our kids will at least get some face-to-face. Let them condition right now. I think football is something we're just gonna have to take as it comes, week to week. Like I said, I think our main concern right now is what we're doing with our kids.
And when we say football, we are saying all fall sports, right?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
So let me just say, so Dr. James, you kind of thinking, let's go ahead and get the conditioning started back with the guidelines in place. We're going to have another meeting probably August 3rd, right? So can we reevaluate at that time what's next? And maybe we'll know more.
Well, Ben, I don't know whether we need another meeting on the 3rd, we'll meet on the 20th, all that's before school starts.
But we've already got some sports that are practicing.
Well,
We already have some sports that are practicing.
Could somebody repeat that? I didn't hear what was being said.
Contact.
Could somebody repeat that? I didn't hear what was being said.
So,
Yes, but I feel like we've already got some sports that are participating in our district. I think that we've got something going on right now. That needs to be looked into.
okay, so that will need to be looked into, and then we'll, kind of take sports week by week. Is that my understanding? Is that,
Yes.
okay.
So what about the meeting on August the 6th or whatever that we originally scheduled?
I would like to keep the August 6th meeting so we can stay in touch.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
If not sooner, if needed.
What?
Sooner,
But I think Bud was saying August 6th unless it's decided that we needed to meet before then. So our next scheduled meeting would be August 6th. Which is a meeting we typically have. So, that's 3 weeks from now, so that seems like a good time to reconvene and have further discussions about how things are going, so we can all stay better on the same page.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're now adjourned.
August the 1st, or the 20th? You got it? August 1st?